Elise. Hey, Gabby. Hello, Borgo. Him? No, not Mayhem. Okay, set that up. Let me know if. Oh, I just realized my audio is not even playing. Or I think it wasn't. You turn it on. Should be good now. Just restart my board. Welcome. Hey, Eli. Chill. Funky schedule. Hey, Vodka. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. Hey, everyone. Well, Bum Rush. Yeah, I'm chilling. What's up, Cafe? Finished my work, finished my filming. Now I'm up. I was thinking about just clocking in early, but figured I'd play some SoloQ. Ash R build. I haven't played Mayhem in a long time. Rank. Masters. These minions are stacked on top of each other. What the absolute shit? House of the Dragon Season 3 finale. I liked it. I want more. Like, fucking A. Ends up queuing in. I got hit. I was hoping the Rek'Sai would just burrow again and release. So I didn't find my route right away. But one of them made a difference in the end. Wait, Demon Slayer finished? Ordinaries. Yeah, I'm typically not gonna respond to people who don't use my name, but welcome, I guess, to everyone. I'm not your friend. I don't like nicknames. Hey, really also. Hey, Tirana. Hey King, fan of your work here. Any advice for a new creator? I have a few thousand followers in Spanish. Oh, sorry, I saw Nico on my screen for a moment. I have a few thousand followers in Spanish, but I'm struggling with viewer retention. Okay. What do you think is your issue so far? You had to do a self-assessment. Being from Mexico, watching videos is part of my routine. Thank you for watching. Just got fucked up. I actually just got fucked up. Oh fuck, I hit the wrong one. Wow. This melee. Wow, we are bringing out some of the old slurs. No clear formula. Just got creep blocked. Not a slur, you said. Not a slur. Yes, sir. If I tech my Zazax fast enough. Are you playing League? Yep. In your case, you found a great from the arena videos, and I know it took a lot of trial and error, but on my end, I can't help but get discouraged when I put so much work into it. I know this is feeling well. Yeah, that's... The reality is you're in a saturated market. You are in a space that, fortunately, a lot of people want to get into. In fact, the reason why it's so hard for you to get into it, for example, is because so many other people want this exact experience. It is the reality of the situation. None of us are unique, even me. I might have the market on my side. I mean, it's mine. Right? Like on the NA side, it's mine. The EU side even, it's mine. But tomorrow, it could not be. And really the biggest leaps and bounds I've made, besides like quality of life edits that I sign off of that Brian makes, it's just mental. It's the acceptance. Everyone wants to make it with this sort of lifestyle. Right, you can put a ton of effort into videos and no one's gonna watch. There isn't a ready supply of people that are going to be watching things that aren't implicitly implied to be good. Like, it's a bit of a chicken or the egg sort of thing. No one watches your video unless it's got views, because then that signifies that it's good. But how does a view, or how does a video get views to begin with if that's the case? And that's where the idea of foundation comes in. Foundation is everything. If I were to start today, I wouldn't succeed. I simply wouldn't. It wouldn't be the same. It would be damn near impossible. Ah. Sucks. We shouldn't even be there. I am. I need to get out of this game. I'm not willing to play it out with him. And I want to report this guy. Thanks, Lucas. Is more going off like that? I don't know, man. Guy was just mad. Oh, Jasper. Nidley Sport's still viable with Arden? I don't know if Nidley Sport was ever viable to begin with. I wouldn't really know. Yeah, but if anyone wants to be a content creator nowadays, you have to examine your reasons as to why. I think anyone that goes in with the idea of like they're gonna succeed, like you kind of need that attitude to begin with, but it is the cruel irony where wanting super badly to succeed does certain things to your mental state when you don't, which will necessarily cascade into worse results. So I have the privilege of being able to be frustrated in my videos endlessly. Endlessly. Obviously not without criticism from people who could just be clicking off. But the reason why I say I have the privilege to do so is because who else are you going to watch? What else are you going to do? If you want to watch Arena, it's almost exclusively going to be my content on YouTube right now. That's it. Especially in the format that we do it, which is edited. And I find it hilarious that there's so many comments about that exact thing. It's like, damn, like, I don't want to watch, but is there anyone else other than Nidhogg? I'm like, yeah, I mean, in a way, I feel a little sorry for them. It's like, yeah, it sucks, you're stuck with my dumbass, but I don't want to be here. Like, and I make it very known I don't want to be here. In fact, one of the reasons why I stream so much more, ironically, is because I got away from streaming by going to YouTube. I'm getting away from YouTube by going to streaming now, because I'm so tired of making videos and having to film, and it's cruel. It really is cruel. We do what we must to survive, and it bleeds through in my attitude, where I'm frustrated, I'm irritable, I got done working and I'm tired, like, and people want me to be perfect. They want me to shut the fuck up and play their arena game. Be perfect. Because they go through their day, some of them are very unemployed, but they go through their day, they want to just watch some arena, and so it's just an endless cycle. You know, I'm frustrated here, you're frustrated there, and we don't acknowledge that, and we're not empathetic to each other. Actually, I'm very fucking empathetic to that, but they make it very hard to. When they attack me first. And it's like, damn. That's creation, dude. That's creation to me. An endless fucking cycle. Fighting for your eyeballs. Once you're done watching, you'll watch the next thing. And the next thing, and you don't give a fuck, right? You just keep going. And I just keep going, and I keep producing this shit, and you keep saying you like it, and no one's any better for it. So, I do what I can by leaving my little ending notes. Really, the whole arena video is for me to drop that little outro where I can speak candidly with you guys, and I actually feel like I'm making a difference. You know, I don't even want to help people learn arena. People are like, oh, why don't you do some educational stuff? I'm like, I don't want to fucking teach you arena. Because the moment I teach you anything, you're going to optimize the fun out of your own gameplay. Right? This is like a classic dev quote. It's like, players are very quick to optimize fun out of their own games. And it's like, it's so true, dude. It's so true. It's very true. Fucking help you? What the hell? You're gonna make it worse. You're gonna make it way worse on yourself. Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm glad that some of you guys think that you like me or love me or whatever, but you throw these things out too quickly, man. It is too parasocial. You call me Mr. Hot. I'd like, if you knew me, you know I don't like that. I like when people use my actual fucking name. Or like spell things right. They think Nidhogg. They think hog is short for nit. It's not. It's nothing to do with hog. It is everything to do with the thing from Norse mythology. And it's like I have to sit here and pretend like I like that. And I don't. I fucking don't. I hate it so much, actually. But I have to sit here and smile and go, thank you. Oh, you love me? Oh, thank you. Thank you for loving my content. Thank you. I fucking hate it so much. They don't talk to me like I'm a human. They talk to me, I'm just like their little pet name, you know? Hey, what's up? What's up, Goonhog? I'm like a little pet. Hey, little pet, make your little fucking arena video. And then you know what? They hear me say this and they go, oh, crash out. They invalidate me. I'm not even a human when I give a complaint. It's a crash out. What the fuck? What is wrong with these people, man? It's not a human job at all. I'm a slave to it, so... And the only reason I'm here is because I make a fuck ton of money off of it. And no one can blame me. Anyone in my situation would feel the exact same after 11 years. Anyone in my situation. You would have to be a psychopath A true psychopath to not care. Fucking hog, dude. Ridiculous. Can't even use my fucking name. I'm not even a fucking person to them. Holy shit. Crazy. Ironic song here. I do let them push my buttons. All the fucking time. So they don't feel inconvenience. So they don't feel the modicum of fucking responsibility that they have to give respect to others. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Not even a human. Yeah, so to that creator, don't join this world. Don't. That would be my recommendation. I mean, do it. Do whatever you want, but I don't even think I'm jaded. I think this is just the reality of it. You have to be a psychopath. Why is this game queue disabled? What the fuck? Ah, it's patch. I'm banning all of you. All the people in my YouTube... I'm just gonna ban you. You heard me say all that. You thought it was funny. I'm banning you. That's it. I don't like you. I really don't like you. I think if you can hear someone say these things and think, yeah, you know what? Why don't I just say this? I'm banning you. And you don't care. I understand. You're gonna think, oh, you're banning... Yes, that's right. I am removing you from my life. Just as many people will do with you in the future. I just don't like you. And I don't think you're a likable person if you do that. I think if I ever heard anyone, especially if I'm electing to watch them, complain about a certain thing, especially if it's a valid fucking complaint, I would endeavor to empathize first, and then probably not say what you said, so. Sorry, not you, Shampa. Sorry, I'm talking to my fucking YouTube chat. Don't worry. The lack of understanding to think I'm talking to you in particular when... Okay, never mind. It's okay, let's just listen to some chobits. I saw an interesting video. There are 3 areas where you can be exhausted: emotional, cognitive, and physical. If one area is depleted, you have to focus on another. It's nice to see it put this way. Become more and more understanding of how these minor things must make you feel in dealing with that at my own job without realizing. Yeah, employment does that to you. I confidently can say People that I think, or the people that like act out like this, strictly unemployed. Why do you complain so much? You have all these subs and you grew so much. So you're implying that because I've had all these subs, there's nothing to complain about? Is that what you're saying, lobsteroids? Do you have a job? I'm just very curious. If you answer with anything other than yes or no to my question, I'm gonna ban. Because I'm gonna assume that you are actually unemployed and you realize what I'm getting at, but you don't want to admit that you're wrong. The other option is to say, I'm sorry. How do you move your camera without moving your cursor to the edge? Very astute of you to notice. WASD. Case input. You can't buy him. What augments? I got critical. Just 50% crit. Case input. I'm chilling. See the fucking death threat today. Just like shit happens every now and then. It's like, wow, none of you guys know what the fuck it's like. None of us should accept it either. It should not be an acceptable thing. Oh, it happens. Okay, and it shouldn't. That's right, Grasser. Oh, Pierce Caster. Wow. We could do the permanent ulti. Take a while to get there though. I think not. Okay. See, this guy, this lobsteroid guy, didn't even respond. He knows he's in the wrong. The moment you confront them on what they actually try to say. Let's get this guy his penta. Nice, nice penta. Getting ulted. Sandra. Ben. streaming count as work? I think you're referencing my title, right? You're not actually trying to... Yes. Yes, it can. But I don't treat it as such. You'll notice I don't care about the sheer amount of views. I don't give a shit. I stream for myself. It's true. Okay. It's on this. Extra range. It's kind of nutty. What the hell? Goodness. Ouch. Thank you, Sam. Why screamer mood? You know what that means? I could risk it. Wait, what? that's a silly that's a silly argument. Yeah, I mean, like, during, like, my Q channel or my ulti channel, I would get that. I figure I could do this. The Runon's build. Just because I don't have the crit requirements that I normally would have. Because I already have critical, so it opens up 2 slots for extra items, which means Man Immune. Runon. Oh shit, Runon's crit. Yeah, I should have went Runon's first if I thought it would have been juiced. Runon's Infinity Edge could have been... Or just Infinity Edge right away, then I could... That might have been the better way to option select. But I haven't played Mayhem, I didn't even know that was an Ogden. I've never gone and juiced in this. I actually thought it was only Arena, but it makes sense. No way we're ulting me again, dude. Deadlock? Not really. It's unfortunate, assist. Oh, hey, you got me killed. Fuck, I shouldn't have gone critical. Oh, fuck. My bad. Just need to get this build online. Would have been nice to have scope or something. Morpheus. Holy shit, that guy deleted me. I should have just E'd. Oh, heavy hitter. Oh, that's disgusting. Tooth Fairy, ew. Prime, you're not even being fair in your assessment. You haven't even, like, listened to the things I've said. So I know when you're asking this question, you're asking it out of malice or pure ignorance. So you don't even deserve a response, man. You're presupposing things for zero reason. And it's your first time chatting, dude. You followed just to say this, dude. That's crazy. And no, my response isn't proving your point. You instigated. This time I hit the button, but wasn't fast enough. Oh, you can't trap this shit. Things are a bit strong. Yeah, I just got hit by his thing. I need to stop getting hit by his W. He went the invuln on ulti thing. Okay, man. You just moves at me like that. Alright. Alright, buddy. He's been following since May, so a few months. That's ridiculous. Then he would have even more context. People like that. I want to know what kind of like education background they have. Downloading the video, I'm not sure how that affects my stuff. you think the tank meta is real? I personally feel the game is in so favor. I don't think so. Oh, that's a long time. No, Master, you didn't get the Terra ulti. That's right. What's loose here? Got the Zhonya's. That augment. So silly looking. Yeah, I did the most damage, man. We pinging me. Wow, so this HH Prime guy, he says something that ridiculous, and he's too much of a coward to even respond to my response. Oh, I hate people like this. I'm gonna ban it. They say things they would never say to a person's face, especially in this manner. Be honest with me, guys. When you type on the internet, does it go through your head that you're like, I get to say this and I get to get away with it because I'm on the internet? If you do, I pray to God the thing that comes out of your mouth or whatever you're typing is at least a positive thing. If you think that way and you, I get to get away with annoying shit, I hate you. I genuinely hate you as a person. I think you are worse for the world. I think your standing in the world is just too... It's just so bad. Oh my god, I fucking hate it, dude. I care too much, eh? I care too much if people are being normal. Falling in love with your thumbnail is so funny, so good. Yeah, you know what's funny? Like, I used to draw them like this, so... Sounds good, Aaron. It's a ban. Proving him right? Did you not hear me say out loud? No, it's not proving right at all. To instigate like that, especially in an unfair manner, is doing nothing but instigating. You type lol at the end of the sentence because you want to, pretend like it's a casual thing, but you wouldn't say it. You know to put the lol at the end because if you were to not include that, it would simply be an accusation, right? You're just wrong. You're literally just wrong. There's no reason to go out of your way to say things like this. There's no actual conversation to be had. You're funny? No, you're not laughing. You're not. You're just instigating. You're doing the same exact thing. You're doing the thing that I just mentioned. You're getting away with it because you're behind the screen. You wouldn't come up to me and just like say random bullshit, some random chirp. It's a waste of time. It's awkward. It's antisocial. You just don't do this. You really don't. I hate it. I call it out all the time. All the time I call this out. It's kids. They don't learn. Kids.
More God, please. My bad. That's I'm not sure how it affects this guy. Does he swap faster based on attack speed? Oh, I got hit. I'm almost there. I'm almost at the kingdom. Fucking seems like I gotta try hard in a fucking mayhem, dude. He's coming in, he's coming in. Oh. I'm flash ulted? Holy shit. I'm building full mosquito. Like every MR item in the game, bro. These guys will not have fun. If I have anything to say about it, they will not have fun. I'm gonna make sure of it, dude. I got hit by that too, because I'm bad. I can't wait, dude. I'm gonna build every MR. Runons will be my only item. Holy shit. I'm getting comboed and everything. What is happening here? Hang on. I can kind of smell it, dude. I smell some like diamond 5-stack. I really gotta try hard. I'm playing like shit. Almost feels like they're calming and shit too. Yeah, throw the snowball at me. Fuck. I need to step here. Actually, I don't do any damage. I don't know why I'm doing that. Until I get my wits end. We'll get that shutdown maybe. Oh, skill sniper. Yeah, skill sniper. Broken first came out. Yeah, flamethrower Runon's just nuts. You would shoot like a thing and then blast. Oh, they shoot it early because they know I'm coming. These guys are good. I'm gonna change it up then. Yeah, if they're throwing predictions out, I have to be aware of that. They seem basic at least, right? Just... Fuck. I try to run it. If I stay here, I'm dead. I think I lost my tap. I'll get more tanky. Look at Terminus. I have tank engine. So if I get a bunch of HP, should be aight. Look at this fucking nerd, eh? Okay, they make me want to try. Yeah. Ooh, I'm in some sort of like 5 AM sweaty queue. What the fuck, bro? Playing ranked right now. Hey, buddy. Nice. My team is taking time to scale at least. We got Kale and Mundo late game to carry. I just need to do work for them now. Like, I don't want to have to do this shit, right? died. Fuck. When I don't have my speed, I'm worthless. It's gotta be a 5-stack of Chinese players, bro. I swear. They play this shit like it's a fucking sport. Alright, if I'm with my team, it's good. I just need to get a Randuin soon. Fuck, I did my order wrong. Prismatic items in Mayhem? No. I think it would be too spiky. Flashing on me. Huh. This looks way too cool to not take it, even though Scopius is better. That actually looks way too cool. Synchro better. I'm so tired of you guys. I'm so tired of even Mayhem. I gotta make a video on this. I kinda asked a question. I need time to ramp up here. They're not giving it to me. He's throwing the cues at me. Ulting me right away, you fucking loser. Still aiming at me, despite that. It's okay, I'm paying attention now. Block's gonna go behind, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's how I can fucking tell it's a fucking diamond. Grace, he flashes, right? I want to say it's so bad. I want to say it's so fucking bad. I want to say it's so bad, dude. The way they were playing, the fucking way they were. Oh my god. GG. But I won't say it. I didn't even do that much damage. I need to look up the ranks of that game. I don't think I'm wrong. I swear this is some, like, I don't play Air and Mayhem. I don't know why the fuck that was so sweaty, dude. They're fucking pre-aiming at me and everything. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? And my name is off too, so you know that's just how they play. I need to see this shit, bro. What the fuck did I walk into? Wait, update this game. I don't even want to play Mayhem, dude. I want to just fucking chill there and play some augments, you know, that are cool instead of like the insta giga focus. What the fuck was that? Does Mayhem not show? Mayhem doesn't show on OPGG. I will individually search these people up. I need to get a good idea. Okay, this one's platinum. That was pretty obvious. He missed like everything. Sorry. Okay, this one, plat. Unrated. Doubt it. Is it a Smurf account? Nope. D3. A couple years of platinum and D3. Yep. Correct about this. I don't even know how to search this one up. I don't even want to play this fucking mode. Plat and Emerald. Yep. It's the Graves. Be wildly. Yup. Oh my fucking god. I'm not wrong about this shit, dude. Fucking guy sat still waiting to flash. I'm like, instantly. That's a fucking nerd, dude. Instantly. Holy shit. Fuck this game mode, dude. You gotta try so fucking hard. Emerald. Nope, I'm not playing this shit. Dude, I just want to fucking chill and get tap dancer. Jesus. I can't believe you have a 9 to 5 stream consistently and upload 2 videos a day with content that isn't just done in a few games. You're insane, and I love you and your team for that. I love the content so much. It is 100% a solid component. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed Crypto Blade. Feel like I'm slowly going insane. I'm already there, you know. Are you Master 2? Yeah, but it's fucking ARAM, and I don't play ARAM. How is my MMR even remotely close to that? I don't want to have to play this shit, dude. I queue the ARAM so I can fucking play some fun augments and not have to worry. But even the game before, I'm just like fucking perma W'd on perma ulted. I'm like, okay, fuck, I guess it's ADC, you know. Fucking A. I know for a fact I'm taking all the aggro, so I just build tank instead. I'm like, yeah, you guys can lose to the level 16 Kayle, even the Sona doing damage, or the Mundo. I'm not gonna let you have fun. I'm not gonna let you kill me and then have like resources for the other person. So like, yeah, dump all your fucking spells on me if you want, Veigar. Grats. Gonna sleep? No. And I'm highly irritable. No. I'm gonna nap later though. Is this a feature of the English language, or is the word love just inflated? Yes, yes. I think people have only 2 ways of expressing enjoyment in something or appreciation, which is like and love. But I don't necessarily think that they have bad intentions. It's just our language is it's not even a language. We have so many other words. It's just maybe people don't feel incentivized. So is sweaty games? Yeah, it makes sense. Grassroots, because like people, it's not the employed people, right? Shit. Fuck me. You see, my sleep schedule is fucked because after work I take a nap for a couple hours, and then I get up and then I do my arena, and then my boy sleeps, so then I'm just here solo. And yeah. One thing I wanted to thank you for is the ability breakdown. Yeah, no problem. You know, I like injecting little bits of educational stuff. I mean, I'll answer this on my my video. I'm doing a AMA video about educational content, whatnot, because a lot of people ask me. Name of the band Nidog uses when editing, it's called Good Kid. Good Kid. We've seen the billion HP. Joke. Yeah. Sorry for the cough. Sorry, I didn't mute.
I just like inhaled my my little vitamin C thingy. Not really that big of a problem. It's just like the worst ratio of easy to execute and effective. Anyone can just press R on me. You wear extremely sleep deprived. Well, I'm not sure if I'm extremely sleep. First of all, thank you for the compliment, but I don't believe I'm extremely sleep deprived. I'm just sleep deprived. Oh yeah, I'm here. Didn't sleep yet. Trying to fix the schedule to be getting fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. He's got Lunar Wraith Caitlyn. I've got Lunar Empress Lux. Got a nice little matching thing going. Oh, it's the diamonds. Perhaps I can just do a stat and it'll run. Alright, they're not saying anything. Okay, music goes on. Chill. Should I play? Ganga Youths is good. The spend, but I'll play enemy song. The augment doing? When I replace it, I get 2 prismatic stat invuls. Oh, we are triple stat run. Hey Noeska, good morning. Look at the title. Oh, funnily enough, if we go Katarina, this might actually be what's up. The one time I'd want it. That's right, Felix. Well, the second channel will... I'll operate it at a profit, probably. Now I will, in a way. It's just I had to let go Gabby and Chase, because it just wasn't worth it to do that stuff. Not worth it to hunt for bad videos, try to edit them, and turn them into better ones. Not worth it. Best thing is growing up side to side with you and Mario and Brian. Character development, see how much you grow the channel. We did well.
Nice. What? Revenue? Yeah.
Saying your hair is long but not long enough to reach home. Oh, but you did. Someday might be. And she'll wake up in a cold sweat on the floor. Looks through a family portrait drawn with you a floor. The side of side.
Thank you, Noble. Prismatic stand was more common through simple stand purchase. I have no reason to believe that.
Out to the home made on the mountainside.
That sucks. I shouldn't have taken that, I think. Archer. My playlist is just called Songs on my channel. Ooh. I'm gonna have 500 haste. We don't need a skill sniper. do any light editing? No. Brian offered to just add music to some of the videos generously with his own time, so he'll be doing that. Your music taste. Thank you. I need some 80. Tapped? Oh, got to. I'm gonna record something else. Wait, no. I did. Oh. What? Huh. What are the odds? I have Eureka, which turns AP into ability haste. Killing Time, which is the Z ulti when you use her ulti. Rags to Riches, 2500 gold when you replace. Breaking is strong enough. Mystic Punch. It's 240 over here. No, we blessed them. Ah, fuck. Thank you, Buskar. I missed. Yeah, please. I mean, you can just search up the time zone. We have a bye. LT, you need to stop talking to me like I'm your friend. That you're just kind of like
talking to? No, I wasn't in Staten Island. Please stop. Call me hog. I don't know how to like describe this to people, but it just feels so. I'm Eric. My name is Eric with CK. I'm so sick of this username. So sick of being online. I like when my coworkers call me Eric because I know they're talking to me, like the human. Not the idea, not the content creator, the fucking human. He's dead. Just be normal when you talk to me. Thanks. It's fine. Okay. 3 times. What are the odds? 1 in 64,000? Yeah, 1 in 64,000 is 140, 140, 140. Ikari, I'm gonna give you one chance. I told you how to spell my name properly, and then you spelled it improperly on purpose because you thought it'd be funny. I'll just give you one chance to correct that. Otherwise, I don't really want to deal with people like you know. I have like super high boundaries for like who I like engaging with. I'm not a good streamer. I'm a really bad streamer because I don't like people that do that, and because I'm willing to tell you. So you get one chance, and then just go in and bend. You might think like, oh, what a dick, no. It's a simple rule. Spell my name right. It's your job? We're a contract at a video game company. I'd like to surround myself with people who are going to have bare minimum respect. Thankfully, most of my stream is like that. Most of you guys are chill. Appreciate you guys, truly. You're confused how anti-wall works? It might visually look like you can be on both, but you cannot. Shot from it. It's fine. I just said it out loud as well. Is that Daniel? Only one right Daniel I know. Scale? No, I don't play any other fighting games. Hey, what's up? SoloQ? Greetings from Canada. Hey, pizza lover. Who's your least favorite guest of honor? Probably Poppy or Shaka, one of the two. Flip a coin. Kind of dumb for this, but I blame it on sleep deprivation. Game ended, and I was looking for another video. I forgot it's a stream. It's all good. How did you come to like J4 so much? My friend Ricky donated me a skin, and I just started winning with J4, and I thought this is a really cool champion. And I played him full damage, and I really like being able to EQ ulti people and have the knock up keep going. They bug fixed that at some point, but I was like dominating high elo with that. I was dunking streamers and like posting on my Facebook when I was 14. He was like my original really strong champ, alongside Udyr when Madstone was a thing. You have anything to say about arena balance? No, because I'm not a full-time writer and opinions are on my own. And I don't work on League. Didn't you used to shit on half damage, half tanky builds? Yes, I don't know how that relates to what I just said. I went full damage. You commit to one or the other. You can't afford to do both at the same time. Not really. You have to do as much as you can so that you can clear camps and like actually, you know, do a little bit of damage so that you are of threat. You cannot do like a half and half where you do like 2 bruiser items, 2 tank items and expect to be fully powerful. Garmin's kit does not allow for that. It's gonna be the follow-up question. Take some extra time before you ask your questions and be a little bit more thorough. That would be way better for both of us. Why Solo, where your bros at? They're sleeping. What's your peak rank? This is a challenger player. Surprised to hear Poppy. Could you explain, please? Is it not great with anvils? Yeah, I can explain. Basically, the ability to get prismatic items throughout the game is your biggest capstone, essentially. Now, obviously, you hit this huge spike, and that's a big one with tempo, where people get way too much power, way too many offensive stats, typically, relative to their like base HP. And that results in super fast games, super fast like early rounds, which is extremely polarizing because either someone maybe hit like 2 super S tier essence slots, and maybe you hit some mediocres, and so it exacerbates those differences more than they already existed. On top of the fact that it locks out your late game caps, so it's a lot less like interesting. It's a lot less like creative, contrary to what people might have you believe. Just pick Bravery, whatever. On top of that, it's really bad for stat runs. I'm gonna pause the music so I can think this through. So Poppy, people have this misconception that having 2 prismatic items on a stat run is good for you. And that is probably because I think most people, when they look at things through the lens of just themselves. They don't try to be like a game theorist, someone who looks at it from the lens of every possible team and all the angles. As in, they don't see that because items scale off of each other, putting your opponent to 2 items means that on round 4 they can scale their 1 and 2 items with their 3rd item. So for example, if you're an ADC and you get Sword of Divine and Hamstringer, and then you build like Mortal Reminder or literally any other crit, going from 50% crit to 75, or rather 75 to 100 is huge. That's just one case, right? And it would be extremely different if it were just Sword of Divine Infinity Edge. At the very least, maybe you wouldn't have like an attack speed item to go alongside it. So because gold scales off of gold, what people don't realize is building stat anvils on 4 and 6 and then 9, you are going to be significantly further behind from the other players compared to like if they didn't have that extra prismatic item, essentially. And a lot of people have survivorship bias where they go like, oh, look at this team that like voted Poppy, got 2 prismatic items, survived to the end. I would argue that that's like the outlier, as in like something went wrong, right? It allows you the chance to win on round 2 and round 3 for sure, absolutely. And that would be an argument 4, which is like you can save potentially 40 HP. But in the long run, I would argue that most of the time, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you're going to lose. You're just going to simply lose if people are playing properly. right? Now, if multiple people are playing stat runs at the same time, yes, one of you guys is going to trade hands and one of you guys is going to give the other one a win. Necessarily. You would necessarily have to do that, right? Someone always has to lose. So I think it's an extremely short-sighted vision of the game where people are like, oh, I can get power now. So can they. And they get power later, too. It's just, yeah. It's people have this thinking. No, cool. This is not. Well, sort of. Be awesome if one could get empirical data to support these musings. So easy. I can show you all my videos where like we go for Poppy or someone gets Poppy and it just ruins the video immediately because we lose runtime and we lose the ability to scale properly because people are hyper accelerated. We have to match pace. I've done this multiple times on the second channel where I've demonstrated it. I'm like, look what you can do. You hit the 2 Poppy items, you just build super fucking tempo, and you send it at them. Multiple times. And I'm like, yeah, this theory is borne out. You could argue like, oh, but, you know, Nidog, you're a better player, and so it'd be different. It's like, yeah, I don't think it's really hard to just right-click on people or use your spells that do, like, infinite damage. You'd have to miss everything. We could do it either way, right? We could do the argument both ways. Like, oh, the enemy is weak, or sorry, the enemy is like bad at the game, and you're good at the game. It's like, okay, what if they're good at the game and you're bad at the game, right? We could prove that regardless, you still have the numbers to beat them. Because it made it less about skill and more about who rolled what. Same with the Shaco, right? It's like, if you get your prismatic augments and they didn't, because they rolled 3 silvers and they rolled them into like a gold, silver, you're probably going to win because you literally have more power on your augments. I keep missing. I keep thinking my E is my W. If you go stats, it means more chances for gamblers. Okay, let's say you get Gambler's Blade in place of an actual prismatic item, but at least you have one item to like support your damage. Someone who's scaling their first prismatic item with a second one is going to beat you, who only has one prismatic item, and then you have the Gambler's stats. In a world where like everyone's pretty weak, you can use the stats from Gamblers to express more. Right, as in like you have more opportunities to use that 40 ability haste and get value out of it compared to when someone hits you with like something that might even be a guaranteed shot, like an auto attack or a single spell that is scaled 2x because, well, it's 2 fucking prismatic items. Yui, no. Are you Korean? Yeah. I don't have any data on Guest of Honors, and even if I did, I wouldn't let you know. To make it clear, I don't work on League. Yeah, I think Poppy is literally just people, just like they're the old Cassiopeia voters, the ones that would, you know, get like the 2,500 gold and get no boots. Extremely polarizes the game. In matchups where you need movement speed to like do anything, the opponent just like walks at you with like tanks, for example. Yeah, good luck, you know. I made Black Hole like an extremely imbalanced item as well, from top of the tank class. It's just changing the game, even if things seem equal. It's kind of like, okay, you have 3 different playstyles. You have red, blue, and green. And red benefits from getting as many red tokens as possible. And blue scales eventually when you hit thresholds like 5, 10, 15 tokens. And green doesn't really scale with any tokens at all. It maybe trades it for power. And you said, okay, everyone across the board gets 20 tokens. Who benefits the most, right? But like, let's say you get 20 tokens over time, like, as in, when you affect a system, when you throw something into a system that affects everyone equally, it doesn't actually affect everyone equally.
There are going to be subtle or maybe grave changes that polarize certain matchups. And people don't see it that way. And like, I'm okay if they're voting for something that's actually good for them. But if I ask people like, hey, why are you voting that? And like explain to me how that gives you a benefit, they wouldn't actually be able to give me a good explanation. Nor would I really on the fly, sure. But there are a lot of things that like you observe over time. There are patterns you observe, you're like, oh shit, this is actually not good. And I have the additional incentive of, you know, having to be a streamer. Yeah, Cassiopeia was so tilting, dude. Those were the people that legitimately could not think into the future. Poppy is the same way. I think guest of honors are necessary, or the idea of having differentiation from game to game are necessary. We could fundamentally disagree about the system or about the design of the characters. I really doubt it is the former. What about people who vote Evelyn and don't dance? I think they're antisocial. I think there are a lot of reasons, valid reasons, why you wouldn't want to dance during Evelyn, but I think almost all of them stem from personality defects. So, for example, if you're doing it to screw other people over because you really want to win your game, I think that's a result of you being the kind of person who can't find fun in a challenge. I think it doesn't matter enough for you to do something that denies other people fun. I think intentionally trying to deny their fun through a system like that is fundamentally different than like playing a build that denies other people fun, although very closely similar. There's like external systems and then there are like internal systems, right? And I think this would border on external, right? The social contract and agreeing that, hey, you know what, we could all have more fun. We could all hit our builds. We could all try harder in the long run to, you know, achieve this goal. So something like, oh, why wouldn't you like flame your opponents because it throws them off their game? You know, like technically that's a winning strategy, right? It's like, yeah, but you're also a piece of shit, you know? Let them have fun and go pop your old Casio. What's the difference? I'm not gonna talk to someone like you if you can hear me say all that and that's the first thing you think to ask. This is either intentionally malicious or complete ignorance, and I really don't want to talk to you. I've explained it enough. But my arena sweats rank, bro. I don't. Yeah. You can call me elitist all you want, but like. And I fully acknowledge that this will come off this way, or might even be, but for like the past 9 months, I've been talking to actually intelligent people about game design and games. And I'm like the dumbest one there, but I learn and I listen. And I like form arguments and I can back them up and justify them. I can back off my positions if I need to as well when proven wrong. And it's like, I cannot trust people to do that. I just fucking can't, bro. You guys. Just sometimes you guys say things. No, you can't say that. You can't say just wanted to hear the point. I gave you the point. If you cannot summarize my arguments, please just endeavor to go into the VOD and listen to it again. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm very irritable and sleep deprived. Please do not exacerbate that by asking me silly questions. Please bother to think. I wanted to take the gate. I can follow him. Let's follow him here. Did he eat my... Oh. You can tell that guy got defensive. You can tell he doesn't actually care about the thing, because if he did, he would fucking engage with it. Like an actual... Take care and have fun. Dude, they always try the guilt thing. They do the first time chat, they say the exact thing. They imply that the things that you had said were wrong, and so they did actually hear you. But then he goes, but I wanted to hear your point. I gave you my point. You just didn't understand it. And so you go, what's the difference? To explain to people the reasons as to why the things they say are bullshit, it takes infinitely more energy than to actually dish out the bullshit. I want people to understand this. It takes exponentially more energy to dispel bullshit than it does to throw it out there. And that is one of the most infuriating things about this world. It's like this. You want to rage bait your friends? It's like this. Someone explains something and go, just go like this. What? Oh! Oh. Big personal opinion. It's literally just Arena is inherently goofy, not hyper competitive in its design. So if you can't have enjoyment in it, maybe seek the other gamers to gain enjoyment from a competitive view, perhaps. You didn't get okay. All right, we'll leave it at that then. Funniest thing is I've seen in Arena. Oh, sorry. Funniest thing I've seen in Arena is me playing a Giga HP stack tank and enemy earlier just taking me to death from the queues from dashing mistake punch. Cool. That sounds like fun. You get Thornmail, it could be fun too. Oh my god, I almost got the Omega Read of Doom. That was almost so sick. That was almost the sickest thing ever. Interesting experience getting a job where everyone has a high level of competence in a certain area as conversations in said area become so much more comprehensive. Yeah. I mean... How valuable do you feel the Yone encounter is? For the people that choose, okay, if we assume that everyone understands very quickly that Hunter is actually just the best possible thing you could do because you can get changes from round to round and it gets you, it could potentially get you thresholds for prismatic items on 4 and 6. Then you quickly realize everyone has to vote Hunter, and if everyone votes Hunter, there's an Easter egg that allows you to get the you can get value, you get gold every 3 rounds. So you get 333 gold no matter what. Compared to if you were to win those 3 rounds. Oh, I did it early. Fuck, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. So then it becomes a game of like you vote 6 Hunter because you know that you're going to get value no matter what. You're gonna get 333 instead of maybe 500 if you win. So then it becomes a game of one team will understand, but if I choose Demon and I never lose, I never give him value, and I potentially get value, while also risking, if you lose, you give someone a value. But at least you prevent all of the other 5 teams from getting their 333 every round. 1,000 every, 3. I don't think people will think this deeply about it. I haven't done the expected value. In my head, I think it's just, hey, as a content creator, I would want to hit my threshold. Let's all vote 6 Hunter. Let's all have fun. Well, no, exactly, KDA shifts. If you were stuck as the 1 Hunter, you could only get 500 once by killing that team. And so, by being that 1 Demon Hunter team, you just successfully game the system, right? This is game theory. You just have to guess what are people going to do. But then if 4 teams do the Demon Hunter thing and the 2 Hunter teams held, the 2 Hunter teams are like, fuck yeah, I just won, you know? Wow, I didn't even get the prismatic. That was just the 1. I got fortune off of the random one. Do you feel like contributors to... I mean, accepting that you know nothing to begin with is OP. Wow, that CC lasts so long. Hey, KDA shift, thank you for the sub. Yeah. So Felix, your question. I mean, self-awareness is a big one. That would be the broader answer. It just wouldn't activate. Actually way more valuable getting this. 2 flashes. You think later on they will do arena with League Classic champions? I don't know. Struggle to know when to save for a prismatic or buy a tempo item. You normally just make a decision based off of what caps are built best. It's a combination of that and what's coming up. Like, put very simply, there are 5 teams you can play against. You don't know who you're going to play against after your initial matchup. You only know the first person, right? It could be one of the remainder 4. But you'll soon quickly see that as you play more and more, after you do, you know, 4 rounds, you know for a fact who you're playing against, given that they're alive. As in, process of elimination is a very simple thing to go through. I need a prismatic, I need to get Kinku, but I already rolled past that. So my next best thing would be like Reaper Stole the Ethereal, but I already passed that too. Which means the only thing we can fucking do is go for Fulmination and pray. I would need Pen. I'm hoping I can keep my team alive. They've got more damage than me. I can just be UCC. If I get time to actually scale it, should be fine. It probably will be me to do anti. Or they lose right here, and we actually have a high chance of winning. Yeah. Senate team needs to just beat them. Oh. Oh no. Have to play him again. Good, you got Pen. Wow. We have no damage here. It just killed my client. Okay, well, might be it. I think we couldn't get through the shielding either. Oh, I gotta update. I think it's patch. Oh, can we not get on at all? Yeah, like I can flash out after getting my hit in. Just stack on my rune carver. I was really doing it, but we ended up having nothing. It's too much shielding. Reading your Discord rule, did people ping you that much? Yes. There are enough people in this world to be annoying that at least like one person is gonna do that. I think it's funny. Oh, it literally is just down, huh? What? XKO or something? Actually, I'm good. I think I'm good. How about Valorant? Are all Riot games down at the same time? I don't really feel like playing anything other than the league, so I think I'll hop off. I think I'll just chill. So yeah, I struggle to understand how others see me. If I were to ask, I feel like most people don't want to hurt my feelings, so they'll say something generic. I mean, if it's like your job to do something and you're not doing it well, you probably have like a manager that'll tell you. I have a lot of people around me that would give me feedback if needed. And it's nice because like I've gotten nothing but props for the most part. There's like one time where I wasn't super consistent, but that's because I was going through a move and some really bad personal stuff. And I'm like, yep, I heard it. And the moment I got that feedback, I'm like, let me try extra harder then, you know. And so I recovered and they're like, yep, no problems. I don't know if you missed a message or didn't answer with a reason. If there is a reason, I understand. I know you have talked about wanting to do arena with viewers instead of public lobbies to avoid the issues in public. Is there a reason you don't just do viewer lobbies all the time? Yeah, there are. I mean, I've done viewer lobbies before where we have the what's it called? The rules and everything. But put it simply, a lot of people don't have content brain and they're not actually good at doing what they want. That is to say, a lot of viewers that end up joining those customs are expressly there to beat me. They just want to be part of the thing. That isn't inherently wrong. It is wrong though when the intention behind these custom games is to get content. And oftentimes their goals on what they want to get out of a viewer custom game does not align with my goal. My goal is to get the best possible video. And so if people are essentially not acting well enough, it's not good. Now, the number one rule is to not ever let me win. Is to always try to beat me. Always. As in, if you do anything that looks like you're sandbagging, the viewer will detect it and then they'll pillar me for it. Even if it might just be correct and might be more entertaining. Because we cannot trust that the viewer is going to be intelligent enough to suspend their disbelief, or even in the cases where they don't even realize, let's say, or sorry, where they do realize, they assume it to be a good thing, or like assume it to be a valuable thing, or like have the benefit of the, or give us the benefit of the doubt. This basically what I'm saying is, you can't trust anyone to be in good faith. Can't. That makes sense. And this is not like how I view the world. This is simply the reality. This is just the reality. As in, we have assumed otherwise. We have assumed good faith. We have assumed people to be intelligent, and we have repeatedly been proven otherwise. As in, there's a critical mass of people that are willing to sit there and just like affect personal like perception by like leaving comments. Oh, this clickbait, this blah 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 blah, and it's like for no gain, you know, for themselves basically. As in, like their lives don't get any more enriched by being assholes to us, right? And like they necessarily make it so that our job is harder. Even though they might think that they're like in pursuit of like greatness or something. Like, no, actually, whether my channel survives or not has no bearing on your life. If it does, there might be a slight bit of an issue here. That's not to say that I can't be like a positive effect on your life at times. But when I say like no bearing on your life, as in like tomorrow it could go away and you should probably still follow your goals of like, you know, getting like a job or like surviving or like, you know, being friends with people. Like, as in, I should be like the last thing you think of. And so the reason why I bring this up is because some people act as if my channel releasing videos the way in which I do is like an anathema to them. It's like, wow, this like ruined my life. that you like vaguely clickbaited, or oh my god, your viewer, you know, was instructed to play creative builds and therefore not build Mortal Reminder on 4. This ruined my life. Like, people are fucking stupid. So it's a little bit like a favorite footballer. I'm happy if he's doing good, sure, but it shouldn't affect your life meaningfully. Hello, Marco. Please just say Nidhogg instead. Hey, your recent video and seeing you on stream the other night, low-key inspired me to commit to learning him. Thank you so much. It's been fun. Nice. I mean, enjoy him. What happened to Supervive? It died. It went away. Yeah, my viewers are not good enough. They're not good enough when it comes to the custom games. Maybe like 50 or 60 different people that I can remember have joined, and like we've had to ban a lot. We had to like talk to a lot. I mean, I have a rule that literally says like don't play your fucking one trick pony with the exact same builds every single game. And there's still some people that I'm like, I know you're one trick and I know you're gonna fucking default to that. And like they have the audacity to get mad when I call them out. Like I'll give them the one chance, right? I'll always tell this story. There's a silver Azir one trick pony who would pick Azir and build like Nashor's Tooth, Death Cap every game, like the exact same shit, and just do a lot of damage. And he would beat like the other people, even though he's silver. He's just playing his one trick. He's doing the exact obvious thing, just damage, just kill. And he did it a second time, and I'm like, you need to stop playing your one trick. You know, guess how that went. And like they complain on me on Reddit. I'm like, holy shit, you didn't include the context where you just didn't listen to the fucking rules. The rules don't say, hey, we're here to maximize your fun. No, the rules of my viewer lobbies are literally, I am only here to save time for my work. You are not required to play in these. This is the part that people miss. People might think I'm being an asshole. I don't think so at all. I am expressly stating exactly what we're trying to do here. In no uncertain terms. It's like a whole fucking essay. You can look at the pin chat in my arena chat, or the pin message. You could read it yourself. No one is allowed to complain that when I run these things that are entirely volunteer based, I enforce my rules. It's not like I'm saying out loud, hey, join these lobbies, let's play for fun, and then I'm all of a sudden springing the rules on you. No, you have to agree to the rules first, and then you engage, which means you waive any ability to complain, right? Beyond, you know, super unreasonable things. And I don't think we're unreasonable at all. So I think a lot of people have a big misconception about streamers, in that we all do things in a slightly unethical or immoral way. It's like, no, I made this very clear. We are in agreement now. And so no one gets to complain. You could say the rules are strict, don't play. You can say that I'm an asshole, okay, then don't join. You know, basically, I am absolved of any fucking blame when it comes to the public viewer lobbies. Now, that might sound like a crazy statement to say, but I've literally intentionally made it, designed this sort of system so that no one can sit there and try to fucking like lobby for rights. You know, there's no union. There's no like anti-Nidhogg custom game union with a bunch of people picketing, hey, we want to be able to play our one tricks. No, that's just, this is my Discord, my particular chat, my particular content with my rules. Just as if you were to make your Discord with your particular chat and your rules, I would respect them. Or I just wouldn't fucking play. You know, either way, I wouldn't complain. So that's the long answer to your question. Human beings, oftentimes, as a result of having so much freedom, expect to be able to do whatever they want, whenever they want, with no consequences, all the time. But the reality is there's a social contract. We agree to things like, if you walk into my house, you agree to my rules, or you get the fuck out. You know, it's just something as simple as that. I'm wondering, I mean, within reason, of course. Like, what if my rule in my house was, hey, you have to strip down naked? Yeah, that's infringing on your fuck. Okay, obviously. So I'm wondering about Elo in Arena. Is the game pairing the players in some? Yeah, there's probably some MMR bans, right? Hey Eric, just want to say I just woke up and I'm drinking my morning coffee and I see you streaming. Welcome. Nereo Stranger name. Or Nereo Strange name, I know. Nereo, am I pronouncing that right? Parasocial people cannot be reasoned with. All the only people that hear what you're saying are not the same people as Yeah, I understand. I understand that like there's a the idea of givens, but I'm explaining for this person either way because they asked. Okay, don't do any like thought terminating shit. I'm well aware. All right, when does this queue turn back on? Italian name, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to pronounce it. All right, I'm gonna log in. Wasn't thinking about the last rule. Ah. Stuck in Emerald 4 to 3 in Kindred main. Any tips? Don't build collector. Born in Zakana. Volunteer system to help you versus you're there to have fun and play against. Yes. Yes, dude. And if I had to be honest, I was actually looking, I was trying to sift through people and see if there's anyone worthwhile putting on my team to like really offer a salary in the future. I've been like trialing like Ethan a little bit. Blue disappointed me a little bit. I like basically I need someone who's good at the game, who is socially adept, can talk while playing, understands what we're doing well enough, is passionate about it, has like some hard skills, whether it's editing or thumbnails or whatever, something to offer to the table beyond just talent. Like for example, Mario is just talent. He's got some good ideas here and there, which are nice. But the reason why he's on the team is because he's one of my best friends, and we've known each other for a long time. And I employ my friends because I like giving them jobs. But if I were to hire someone random, like they would have to fit all these categories. They have to like not be a challenger player, but be challenger level, which sounds paradoxical, but let me explain. A challenger level player is someone who can play very well. They understand the game at a deep enough level, and they can like anticipate what I would want to do because I'm a high level player, right? And I have been for a long time. But they can't be a challenger player. A challenger player I would define as someone who has spent like a majority of their life getting to this rank in League of Legends, and as a result have sacrificed basically everything else. Okay, as in like most challenger players are challenger players. Some challenger players are like actual human beings that like have skills and like know how to do things and can like talk to you in a way that isn't frustrating. Give you an example to demonstrate my point. There are certain accents that people have and certain like vocabulary that people will exhibit, and you can hear it and you can tell instantly this person is a carbon copy of the other hundreds of thousands of people amongst them. Okay, so for example, like basically every master tier player you will encounter in League of Legends will follow the same story. They've played for like more than half their life. They're like 21 and they played for like 10 years. And they just now got masters and they have a big ego and they speak in surely but no, but like comma no at the end of sentences. They talk the same way, they say the same things and have the same ideas and have the same similar lack of experience in every other aspect of life. That's a master level player or master tier player. That's a challenger player. That's the person I don't want to deal with. I want someone who's now here's the trick. Anyone who isn't like that is not going to come work for me. So basically I have no one to actually sift through. Right? It's a very highly unique person that I would be looking for. It's like dating standards level of bullshit, right? Where it's like you have to be like pervy. You have to be like, like pretty, likes me, cooks, cleans, blah blah blah, everything. Like it's unreasonable standards, and the reason why is because our standards for our channel are huge. So we just do it ourselves, right? We're already good at it. We do it ourselves. So I wouldn't hire anyone, like for the most part. A lot of people are like, oh, I want to be your editor. I'm like, if you are asking me to be my editor instead of coming up to me and having taken the initiative and like taken a VOD off my stream and like replicated it perfectly, like my style, then I don't want you. I don't want you. And the difference is I'm not a corporation. I'm not a company. I'm not like sitting here, with the boomer ass take and like denying fresh graduates. I'm nowhere near the level of like a fucking company. So anyone that's going to be like, oh, you're a piece of shit employer, it's like, no, I'm a small business owner at most with a limited budget. and basically no time to like trial people. If we fuck up a video one day, we lose the trust immediately. Okay, like I cannot take risks on you, just can't. I took risks as is with my previous editors and second channels, but the only reason they got their jobs because they were such standouts. One of them was already prior employed and like understood the details. And she was also female, which meant that she was significantly more emotionally intelligent than like 90% of my fucking candidates, because 99% of my candidates were like young males that just wanted money, right? Which is ironic because the other candidate was a young male. He's about like 20 or 21 years old. And he made a big difference because he went out of his way to reverse search my font so that he could replicate the exact round title like style. And I'm like, that shows me initiative. I'm gonna take a shot with him. And I had to teach him a lot, but I was willing to, you know, like, okay, good, you gave me some energy. Let me give you some back. Let me take a stab in the dark. And that was when my channel was first starting, you know. So like, I didn't really care to, you know, do too well. And then eventually he fell into a good rhythm, and he did really well. Congratulations, you got the job. But like, I don't want to work with people who are here for just a paycheck. I understand that like this sounds like a fucking big company. Like, we're a family. They're bullshitting you. They give you like a pizza party after 20 years. But like, no, like I actually sit here and I think like this is totally fine for me to do, to hire with these standards, because I'm not in charge of like millions of fucking people's salaries. I'm not a huge fucking mover and shaker. I'm afforded the grace to like be picky and pick and choosy, whatever, right? Like, yeah. So just in case anyone's gonna try to attack my like employee, like, I don't owe you shit. I don't even owe you the job to begin with. So if I'm creating a job for you, you better fucking fit it. Very weird generalization. I have a friend who's ex-challenger player and that only plays arena. It's very fun. So you just brought up like a personal anecdote and like you thought that, hey, that like defeats the point. Like, no, you're not someone who has looked for fucking employees, Marco, especially in this regard. Like why are you talking? Why are you talking to me, dude? Like, you have no experience here. I promise you, you don't have as much experience going and looking for these people and engaging with people as I have. Why are you saying this, dude? I hate when people do that. Fucking devil's advocate. Fucking, I have been here for like, how long? Since season 4 is of what, like 13, 14, I don't know how many fucking years. Okay, and even my shit is anecdotal. The difference is I started looking at it as bias removed as possible. I'm like, I'm gonna talk to this person. Oh, fits this description. And I'm trying to like find reasons to be wrong, and I'm just not fucking wrong about them. I'm like, wow, this is incredible. Right? It's It's like, yes, we could be looking for people who were ex-challenger player, but like if you were someone who's fresh on the game, you still have that sort of level, good. And that doesn't require you to play like every single day, daily, sure. But that is not antithetical to what I had said earlier. You can still be a challenger level player and not be a challenger fucking player. Right? Like the way I described it. Like, not the like a fucking nerdy like person that sacrificed. Yes, like, of course. So be charitable to me, please, instead of just saying things just to say them to be opposite of me. Thank you. Yeah, impressive OC. You're getting banned. Like, I don't know why you said that. You followed 9 minutes ago and you're already being racist towards Italians. Okay, sure, maybe. Okay, if you want to say some bullshit like, oh, what race are Italian? You know what you're fucking doing, you fucking loser. You know what you're fucking doing. You're just you're targeting a group of people. Sure, it might not be a race. Okay, what the fuck ever. You're saying some bullshit for no reason. Oh, he's getting offended like the Italian. Like, yeah, you wouldn't say that to his face. You wouldn't say that anywhere in real life. You get bopped on the fucking mouth. So learn your lesson, okay? You're gonna get defensive when you hear me say this, impressive OC. But what you need to do, because you're a young male and you're insecure, you need to sit down and realize, wait, you're right. I actually did say something I completely didn't need to. I might have thought it was funny, and I defend it in the worst way possible by doubling down. Maybe I shouldn't do that, and people will like me more. That's what you should do. And then you should apologize in the future. Because it technically makes sense that people act differently online because of the online disinhibition effect, but it's crazy to me how far people distance themselves from acting like normal, respectful human beings. I'm trying to give some helpful suggestions. Don't be mad. I didn't ask you for suggestions though, right? And don't try to like make an excuse for the things that you say by going like, oh, don't be mad. Like, that's such a frustrating thing when you lead with very weird generalization without actually like attacking the point. Okay. And again, it's unsolicited. So you're gonna double down. Here's what you're gonna do, Marco. You're gonna double down because you heard me say it's the same process as the other guy, right? Because I know how this goes. I play the same exact game, and you could prove me wrong. You could just be the mature person and be like, you know what, my bad. Sorry, I was being annoying, right? You're just going to sit there and go, oh, bro, I don't want to watch this review or something like guilt type shit. Or you're gonna do the super double down of like, oh, you're super wrong without actually proving any points, without actually like backing up what you said. Okay. Or you could do the other one, which is like the like I'm just sharing my opinion. It's like, yes, I understand that. I just told you it's unsolicited. I don't want that. Okay. Looks like a regular video is in it. What's up? Oh yeah. I use this like I use a screen. Sorry, is it too close? I don't know. I could like do this. It's like too odd or whatever. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Doesn't mean I want to see it. Huh. Jeez. The way I heard it was, and a lot of them stink. I miss those late night talks you did. Taking it. Yeah. I'm trying to wear myself out so I can like fall asleep quickly. I didn't even drink like an energy drink, but hard. Greetings, by the way, Orca Pudding from Canada. Welcome. Sorry, welcome from Canada. I like that people say that. They say where they're from often. It's kind of nice. Like a global audience. Telling someone to calm down has to be one of the most annoying things to ever do. Yeah, I mean, I get it. A lot of viewers are not used to getting immediately fucking blasted for the thing they said, and they're not necessarily like bad people. It's just they talk to me like they would with any other streamer, and other streamers care about their viewers and care about like maintaining a lot of viewers, while I only care about like actually having quality interactions and not having someone fucking nitpick me and lead with very weird generalization and then lead with an outlier. It's like, oh, whoa, okay. It's not as if they don't exist, but they really don't disprove the theory here, man. Because I've had like fucking years and years of experience with these people. Now, to argue against myself, to be very bulletproof, I would say something like, well, those are the ones that you witness vocally and whatnot, that are like apparent. It's like, yes, if someone's not actually doing anything wrong, I probably want to notice and I wouldn't remember. But if someone is doing something wrong, I would probably notice and I would remember. Right. Now, that's why I included that little line about how I paid attention to these things and I tried to remove my bias from it. As in, like, I paid attention to how little I was paying attention to the ones that were good. And then I tried to consciously sit there and go like, oh, wow, this person's actually pretty nice. And like, I don't see anything bad out of them. Now, the problem is, even despite doing that, there's so many like high elo clicky attitudes that I've witnessed from enough people for me to sit there and make that very weird generalization. Okay, what that threshold is going to be different for a lot of people, but to me it's like, if like every single game has at least one, that's a very big issue. If like 1 in 10 people are an asshole and the other 8 people other than me are not calling it out, okay, then the whole system is fucking gone. Like the whole system's done. Right now, it sounds heavy. Okay, hold on, let me read this. You're gonna come to Spain to see everyone asking if you're yeah, you're getting bed. You're getting bed. Marco, I don't know how to express this other than this. Your existence is so frustrating for some people because the way in which you will talk doesn't actually provide any sort of like value to the conversation. It only serves to require other people to explain to you things. Are you so mad all the time you want to debate only with people who agree with you? Lord Black, I don't think you understand what happened. Did you listen to anything I just said, Lord Black? The next thing you say better be a summary of the actual conversation with the context of, you know, Marco and what I had said prior to what Marco said, which is, you know, the whole thing about the challenger level players and challenger, like the differentiation between like a challenger level player versus like a challenger player, right? Like my funny little definition, okay? Because you're doing the exact same thing, dude. You're doing the exact same shit here. You're doing what I just described. You don't actually provide any value. You are simply saying something that demands that the other side actually do the thinking for you. I do feel the hardest part is being entertaining. Like, your boys can keep the video runtime going and you guys feed off each other. It's definitely skill set, like most of the time. Yep. Are you gonna play League? I like to play League, but it's during maintenance right now, so I'm waiting on it. Why is it, as a creator, there's so much flack just spun out against them? I'd like to ask your viewpoint as to why you think people are just small brain. Okay, slightly aggressive towards them. Also, I'll answer Noeska in a moment. Sorry. But to me, the answer is really they don't understand shit. That's it. You're asking why they don't understand shit? Because they just don't. Whether that's a result of an education system, or maybe I talk too fast, or I'm not articulate, or they don't care to listen. I think what people hear is my like a slightly aggressive tone, or maybe to them even very aggressive, and they go, "Oh, I don't like that. It's inconvenient for my feelings, so I have to go. Why are you mad?" You know what I mean? Like I genuinely think it's just a lack of thinking. Yeah, I'm just gonna instantly ban this guy, this other one. Why not have like faller mode on or some shit? Okay. Oh yeah, I left that off. Put that on 10, so you have to waste at least 10 more. Jesus. Good project, Ash. What did I join into? Okay, so if you're gonna follow in first time chat and ask what did I join into, to me it's like the equivalent of like you walk into a room with, you know, a couple people talking and whatnot, and maybe it's something that you view to be like maybe aggressive, or like, oh, there's an argument going on, and you go, yo, what's going on, guys? What the hell is happening? It's like your reaction to this sort of thing is completely unwarranted compared to what I would view to be the more respectful thing to do, which is to stay quiet and just like understand the context, scroll up, maybe check the VOD or not, or like silently observe. I usually just watch. I never type. Sorry, I mean, okay. How about teaming up with other challenger streamers that are good at the game, but also normal? Marco, sometimes I say things to you, and then it's like I can't tell if you are like hearing them. I can't tell if you're like listening to what I'm saying and like understanding what I'm saying. Now, let me take your suggestion, right? Like I just told you I don't take any unsolicited advice, and I don't want that. But you're not gonna listen, right? So you said team up with other challenger streamers. They're good at the game, but also normal / fun, right? This is the furthest thing from the truth. Anyone who has monetized this game, I promise you, anyone who's monetized this game and does this for a living will on average be significantly worse when it comes to social skills and their way in which they interact with others than like even just normal people. Here is my evidence for why. It is, and for example, I would be a good example. We have such a constrained view on human interactions, as in we oftentimes get a majority of our interactions through a screen. You guys are text, and so I'm missing more than 50% of like communication. I don't hear your tone, I don't see your body language, your face, your name, whatever. And also on the other side, because you don't have that level of accountability, you guys tend to say things that are significantly worse than what we would normally hear in real life. Okay, and because of that, oftentimes I feel like the way in which my peers, the other challenger streamers or whatnot, they end up worse than me. I'm someone who's at least going to be fair to you and hear you out and explain to you exactly what I don't like about you, while those people don't even treat you as humans. If you think I treat you poorly, I promise you, other people ignoring you is worse. Because to you, it's convenient if someone doesn't call you out to your face and say, hey man, you're doing this thing, it's frustrating, I would appreciate you to stop. They don't even see you as humans. Okay, some of the people I've talked to, some of the people I know in the streaming space, to me, they're the closest thing to like developed psychopathy. Like they actually turn themselves into psychopaths because they don't see you as people. You're just a viewer, you're just a number. If you say something frustrating in their chat, they might not even be reading the chat to begin with, or they look at you and they go, oh, this person's a rage baiter. This person's less than human. I don't care. I cannot rationalize the ability to look at chat and see things that are frustrating to any person, right? Any random person that are objectively frustrating, like people attacking them, calling them shit and whatnot, or just like saying things about their takes that are unfair. And then all of a sudden they go, I don't care. That's not a normal human thing to do. You cannot actually ignore these things. Once you read something, you can't unread it, right? And so when I'm talking to these people, the way they describe their chats, like I've been, like for example, at TwitchCon, like some of the conversations I witnessed, and this isn't just like my only thing, this is just one example, right? Like a group of streamers and they're just talking, they're like, I'm like, you guys hate your fucking chat, but you don't say it. And the ironic thing is, people will look at those streamers, and I'm not gonna name them, right? Because I don't want to start some shit. They'll look at those streamers and be like, that streamer's lovely. That streamer loves chat. That streamer's awesome. And then they'll look at me and they'll be like, you're a terrible streamer, Nidhogg. You hate people. It's like, no, I believe in the good in people. That's why I call this shit out. And that's why I think you can get better. Because if you say some stupid shit online, you're going to say it here, you're going to say it there. So I might as well talk to you right now so that you might not say it there. Right? You might become a fucking better person as a result of me saying straight to your face, dude, you are saying some stupid shit. You're not like addressing any of this. You're not listening, blah, blah, blah. Stop doing that. And then that's like a little bit of pushback. Obviously, I'm gonna be a piece of shit. I'm sorry for that, right? I'm very irritable. No excuse. It's just I could do it better. I could be more patient. Sorry, right? But regardless, it's like What a fucking backwards world. Like, what the hell is this? I'm talking about the way you talk to your viewers that you don't agree with. Main character energy maxing, huh? I don't understand how like you could sit here and say this. Come on to Discord right now, Lord Black. Give me your Discord right now. You would not say this in over voice. You would not explain any of this shit or be able to stand up to any of this shit. Just do it right now, or otherwise I'm just gonna fucking ban you. I'm talking about like main character, bro. Like you sat here for like the past 30 minutes just like throwing little insults. If that's not main character energy to me, like you think you could do that with imperviousness, like what the fuck? Get on Discord right now, dude. You're trying to do good to people, but they all understand only the bad side. Yeah, so. The expense of your nerves, which is admirable. Is it? Hey, Marbo. This up. Losing the contextual clues and then seeing people as numbers to viewership, I guess. You'd be like that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play with them. That's good, Jevy. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Luca Don Chiro. I'm still waiting, Lord Black. I know you heard me. Like, fucking little coward, dude. I'm just gonna ban this kid. Whatever. Sitting there. Oh, following 18 minutes ago. Jesus Christ. Yeah, his first message was, will you play with your buddies today? I need some main character energy so bad. Are you so bad all the time? You want to debate only with people who agree with you? I'm talking about the way you talk to your viewers that don't agree with. Main character energy maxing, huh? I'm going to have to assume it's like a 15-year-old that doesn't understand anything. I would lose my mind otherwise. See, this is what I mean, right? Like, it's like I take the cost on of like assuming the goodness. It's like, hey, if you're like above the age of 18, I'm assuming you probably like learn enough, right? But like every year by year, it's like, oh nope, that's incorrect. Nope, no, not even like a fucking dude. There are no adults in the world. That's the reality. There are no there's just people who made it past 18. That's it. And of no consequence of their skill at all, they survived. Like, so to me, age was always an indicator of maturity, and to me, it's like a weak moderate. Like, yeah, a fucking 18-year-old is probably going to be more mature than a 12-year-old. Does it mean that they're at a baseline? No, right? So it's an indicator of relative maturity, to compared to the people before you, sure, but to me it's not like a sign of, okay, yeah, this person's good. Like I like there are so many 40, 50-year-olds that I might have talked to in the past or otherwise interacted with or seen, and I'm like, you are the exact same way you were when you were like 20, and the reason why you stayed the same for 3 decades is because no one said anything. You kind of understand how streamers tend to psychologically distance themselves, though. It's hard to maintain a normal outlook on life as someone who interacts with and affects so many people. Human brain just isn't meant to deal with that. No, exactly. So the thing is, Norgid, like, you guys only see me interact on stream. You don't witness me in real life. Like, I talk to like Uber drivers, people at the airport, people at cons. I'm a very extroverted person now, and I have like really nice conversations with people. I'm good at doing that. That's been my shit for like a long time. I was very introverted, and then once I became a streamer, like basically from 18, just doing solo trips and like going everywhere, hanging out with people. One of the coolest conversations I had was just walking along the Seattle Pier, and there was like this huge cruise liner, and I just went up to any random staff member and started asking questions like, how much is it? How fun it? Like, what are some things that you can do? What are like some stories, right? And I ended up talking to someone who was literally like the HR lead or whatever on the entire crew. He was like in charge of like the 2K staff or some shit like that. And I was like, oh shit, cool. Can I ask you a question about your job? And I just stood there talking to him for like an hour or so. I'm like, these are the things that I actually do. These are the normal conversations I'll have, and I have them as often as I can, honestly. Like literally anytime I go anywhere, provided I have the energy and I'm not disturbing them, right? Obviously, I'm not gonna just go up to anyone like, hey, do you have like 45 minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior or some shit, right? And like at work, for example, I talk to a lot of people and I have very fun conversations, very enlightening conversations. I have regular one-on-one meetings with people who are way ahead of me, way more intelligent than me, way more wise than me. And so like, you look at me as like, oh, you've only talked to people on stream. It's like, no, this is like maybe like 50% of it, right? 50% when we talk about the quality at most, right? And like most of it is just like me dishing it out, and like, you know, someone will say something like, "Oh, I didn't think of it that way," and it's cool. But like the other 50% takes like maybe 10th of the time, but like with way smarter people. So I feel like it's better to be yourself and be honest. The person you see in the mirror, that's the character we as true fans appreciate and sub for. Keep speaking your mind. Yeah. Sure. I've always been myself, dude. It's tough love in my eyes. A lot of media tries its hardest to cater to the consumer, which has led to complacency. People see it as aggressive or rude, but if you go into the real world, it's rough. Yeah, if they go into the real world with shit they say, it would be rough. Like the moment when you realize as an adult that all the adults you dealt with when you were growing up also had no fucking clue what they were doing or saying. Exactly. Work at a bar and can confirm the comment about 40, 50-year-old. Yeah, I mean, these people are locked in. You see, we're a lot more malleable and like neuroplastic when we're younger, right? Like we always just use the word like teachable. Like you know, they can like, this is like their most formative years. So many different ways of describing it, but basically what I'm getting at is like, once someone locks the fuck in on whatever they are or whoever they are at 29, 30, etc., that's them for the rest of their lives. If they're unlucky. If they're lucky, they maybe experience something that teaches them otherwise, right? Like, how many fucking stories will we have to endure of like older generations of people who are locked in to the old ways the entire time, but then some tragedy, some spectacle happens, losing an arm, like a fucking car crash, a terminal diagnosis that turns that brain on and goes, yo, it's time to fucking adapt. It's time to learn, right? How many of our parents are the kind of people that like, they saw the world one way as a result of their environment, and they were never allowed to fully develop their emotional abilities, right? This is a common story for like immigrant parents that I hear. This is a super lived experience. I'm like, holy shit, I thought it was only me. No, turns out a lot of people have parents that come from a totally different generation, a totally different atmosphere to the first world countries of Canada or America, and all of a sudden it's just like, we are two separate lives. Like you think this, I think this, I can see why you think this, but you can't see why I think this way. For example, my parents couldn't fathom why 6-year-old me wasn't appreciative of the fact that I got gifts like my PSP or my Game Boy enough to do my homework. Because to them, if they got any of that, to them, if they were able to like eat eggs, for example, like they'd always use eggs as a case of like, they were so unfortunate in their early lives that they couldn't even eat an egg. They had to like share like a quarter of it with their siblings. And they're looking at me not finishing my egg, and they're going, that is ridiculous. And I'm sitting there as a 6-year-old, I'm full. Like, you know what I mean? So we're lucky. We're lucky if we get to change. It is a good thing. And we're lucky if the people before us at least care to change. And it's like, it sucks that a lot of the times it requires spectacle. It sucks that a lot of the time they need to go through like a fucking world-changing event for them to be like, wait, you know, it's time. May I ask how come you actually engage in conversations with chatters and don't just ignore them like most streamers do? Like, what's your motive? I told you. It's because I actually see the good in people. It's not like the most fucking crazy main character thing ever. It's literally the normal default thing that you actually do. You do on a daily basis. When you go out into the real world, you assume this. This is the social contract. For example, when you wait in line, you assume people are not going to cut in front of you. And if they were to do that, you would go, what the fuck? As in, you have an assumption about the goodness in people and what they're going to do, a baseline level of respect that they're going to exhibit for you and others. And when they cross that, you're gonna have the same reaction I do when they do it here. You're gonna have the same exact reaction. You might not speak out, but I will. All right, we're banning Marco. He's doing this shit on purpose now. To me, it has to be on purpose, because otherwise it would be like pure ignorance that I don't wish to root out. That is entirely on them at this point. Maybe not their fault that they're that way, but it is now their responsibility, and has been for a while. I'm constantly practicing my English, mostly through your videos, because it's not my native language. It's funny that people find your way of speaking aggressive, and I just thought, hey, this guy talks like a normal person with no corporate bullshit or stiff formal speech, plus he has a lot to say and makes valid points. No, I'm aware, Chaos, of the
The generational divide. I did a speech on it in 10th grade when I was 16 or so. And we were required to go between 2 minutes and 45 to 3 minutes and 15 seconds to hit the optimal range. And I took 5 minutes and 30 seconds to give my speech because I kept thinking of ad-lib jokes. But I made the kid in the front row laugh, and everyone else came up to me and said that my speech was great. It was, the title of it was The Generational Divide Between Young Teens and the Previous Generation. Some bullshit like that. And I basically talked about what I just said, except from a 16-year-old's point of view, which was significantly less articulate and maybe not wrong, but long-winded. Hey, thank you for your effort and content. I remember you mentioning your intention to talk more / be more verbose from a stream or video from a very long time ago. It's been super cool to see how that has fared over there. Wow. yeah. I mean, if you remember me saying that as like my goal and witnessing me now being able to, talk like this with confidence, that must be, well, I'm seeing myself through your lens. Pretty cool. But that sounds vain, right? The eggs they had were more natural, didn't give heartburn, and made you full back then. The eggs now are trash. Okay, I don't know. Not really talking about that, but I wouldn't know the science. Hey, what's up, chocolate milk? Thank you. League on? Nope, no one's online. Read the rest of this. My dad changed as a person in the 70s after I decided to stop talking to him, which is kind of insane in retrospect. The no contact, the ultimate solution for narcissistic parents, if he was, even if they're not, that happens to be very effective. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie, I derive a lot of pleasure from reading stories like that, and I know it's just like, it's bad to think of it as like a us versus them, but it is an interesting thing. It's like that angst of like, you want to hear the stories of them suffering because they gave you so much suffering, and there's always like the super fucking self-righteous virtue signaling attitude of like, oh, you're no better than them. I hate that phrase, you will be no better than them. It's like, yes, but one side instigated. We should probably give him consequences. He is still a narcissist, but nowhere near as bad now. Damn. I just made the read, right? Because that's typically what forces people to stop talking to their parents. Like, yep, enough. Are there any hobbies you enjoy outside of gaming? Yeah, but some of them I can't say. Not out of embarrassment. I just, it wouldn't be prudent. I think it's important to remember that humans are still animals like any other mammal. Reaching a point of comfort in life equals not immediately dying. Less anxiety in regards to what you said about people staying locked in. No, exactly. Like I said, due to no skill of their own, they survived. And for example, like tall people think that it was because of them that they're tall. No, marginally at best. Not enough to have the level of confidence that they have when talking about it. It's like, yeah, I'm really good at math as a kid that had like math tutors from the age 2, or age of 3 or 4, whatever. No, you're good at math probably because of your environment. I mean, yes, you did good, but stop talking like that. I actually really do subscribe to the idea of the tall poppy syndrome. It describes this effect in some of the Scandinavian countries where I think maybe the intentions are not so good, but like the outcome low-key good, where we keep people in line, as in like you're like a tall poppy in a field of other poppies, you get cut down, you get cut down to size, and I might be butchering the idea, but I read this a long time ago. I'm like, oh shit. Because I remember thinking, like, why would we want that? Wouldn't we want people to excel? I'm like, oh, the more I grow up, the more I realize, nope, we gotta cut that shit down a size, dude. Get that shit out of here, bro. You ain't special. You are the product of the people that came before you. You did nothing. You did almost nothing. Stop talking like that.
If you want to talk like that, you at least show grace to the ones that came before you first. Demonstrate that in your attitude. You don't have to say like thank you to everyone every single time. Just show that level of humility that you accept, like, yeah, you were privileged. You know? I think the league update is done. Okay. Culture of the internet has changed so dramatically since COVID. It's hard for me as a 30-year-old. I don't get why people young and old have become so brazen with being self-centered. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like hyper individualism that was thrown out there. Like, I think the manosphere, like that whole Andrew Tate atmosphere, has done almost irreparable damage to a huge generation of kids that would only get rooted out with time and a lot of consequences. And I'm just hoping like the next generation can do better. Hoping focus shifts to the next generation, which is already adapting the culture of the new country. Ha! I mean, I reflect what Bill Nye said, where it's like, hey, you can believe what you want, but I want the kids to be different. Like, I'm not trying to convince you, I'm trying to convince the kids. With a lot of therapy talk that has been weaponized to be completely selfish. Oh, yes, this is the other side of it. The too empathetic, too feely, this is the most boomer. Okay. Fuck, I hate that I'm saying this. One side is clearly worse. We can establish this. One side is genuinely worse. However, that doesn't mean that the side that argues for more empathy and super wokeness does not have its faults. The one particular thing I would call out is, yes, it actually is the case that people are sensitive. Too sensitive. There is such thing. The threshold for that is entirely arbitrary according to who you ask. Me, it's something like the person isn't capable of justifying the way in which they feel in a manner that doesn't involve entirely subjective feelings. As in, if you can't explain to me why your feelings being heated now and being established as the baseline is of great utility to society, I am less likely to accept your "ooh, stop attacking me" thing. Okay, to be less wordy, I'll say something like this. If something happens to you and your argument for it to not happen to you is that you don't like it, I'm probably not going to accept it as much as if you were compared to if you were to say something like, hey, I don't want that happening to me, because if everyone started doing that and that happened to everyone, it would be bad. Now, if you're like a nerdy philosophy major, you're going to start thinking the word utilitarianism. Just get rid of that for a moment. Stop thinking in terms of terms. Just think in terms of the actual behavior here, okay, for a moment. Just because the moment you start doing that, you go into your fucking dialogue tree. Okay, a lot of people, they don't realize it's like, hey, I don't want people being a dickhead to me as a streamer, because first of all, I don't like it, yes, but also I don't like people doing that to each other in general. And if everyone were to do what you're doing in general, I think it would be worse for society. Now, there's a complete difference between that and the super woke, like, you hurt my feelings, you have to validate them, you're gaslighting me, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you just gave me nothing. Like, okay, yes, I won't do that, I'm sorry, but you gave me nothing, right? Does that make sense? So really, I guess what I'm saying is I want people to be a little bit more articulate with their feelings, which is ironic because I would also accept the statement of you don't always have to explain yourself. It's just if you don't explain yourself, I'm going to be less likely to be on your side. I'm still going to be on your side, but if you do that, if you invoke that sort of like, I want to be able to say it with no fucking ifs or buts and just listen to me, at some point I'll be like, dude, can you at least like put some effort, you know? You get what I'm saying? So like if someone says something frustrating to me, I'll tell you exactly why I think I don't, you know, exactly why I think it's bad. And I'll tell you, like, I don't like it personally. Like, hey, it's frustrating for me. Okay, I hope I explained that well enough. Because there are a lot of people that I've met that fit this idea of like giga sensitive. And I'm like, oh, sorry, you know, like I'm not gonna give them attitude, right? Like out loud, I'm obviously doing a little bit of performance, but to them, I'll be like, oh, I apologize, I won't do that again.
But in the back of my head, I'll be thinking, oh, that's odd. Okay. And then it happens again and again and again. I'm like, okay, I don't want to be friends with this person. I don't want to talk to this person. Bye. Bye. Yeah. What is behind the scenes? Don't Mario it, because Mario one time forgot to die and then threw our chances of getting longer one time. It's a cast in 5 course video. So Full Metal, sorry to be so late to your question. You're asking, when you were trying to be more extroverted, did you have any anxiety initially that the connections you were trying to make / conversations you were trying to have weren't welcomed by the other party? I think a certain level of fear of failure, or this idea that I might come off negatively in somebody else's story, kind of sets me back. I'm curious to hear about other people's experiences. Yes, if you're still here, I'd like to answer this. You're right that fear of failure can dictate your emotions. That's what's happening, and that is something that happens in others. I would imagine. What it seems like you're asking is, how do you manage, like, how do you determine the expected value of this interaction given the possibility of failure? And it's like, well, it's always going to be there. Like, failure could be represented as like the other person looks at you and says fuck off, or the other person looks at you and endures the conversation, but very clearly in their body language they're not comfortable with you and they seek the first exit that they can find, right? All of these can be determined as failures. All of these can happen at any moment. So I guess the way I would evaluate it is, before I even get into the conversation, this sounds like a chicken or the egg thing and might not be the best answer, but it's like, you can be confident despite the possibility of failure because you didn't fail prior. And so, chicken or the egg, right? It's like, wait, hold on, how do you get to that point without failing first, or like succeeding first? Well, that's exactly it, right? Where it's like, you just, it's like, I'll tell you a story, kind of. Ranked anxiety. A lot of people have asked me about ranked anxiety, and I felt it myself. It's like, my first ranked game ever, of course I felt a lot of anxiety. It's the fear of failure, the same exact sort of idea of like, oh, what if I lose? And like, yeah, you could technically lose. I think I lost. But then after like 10 games, even if I lost all 10, it's like, okay, well, I still want to chase to win. Like, I can't win if I don't play. And then after like thousands of games, I'm like, yeah, I don't really, I don't give a, yeah, I could lose, but there's a fear of failing, but not so much now, because I've experienced so many victories, and like, I know what can lead towards a victory. I know what I can do to influence the odds of victory, right? And so when I go into, to bring it back to conversation, it's like, fear of failure is there, sure, but I've had so many victories prior. Victories maybe being defined as like fulfilling conversations, or like connections with people that have lasted, right? Like, I've made so many of those and they've been so fulfilling. Why would I let the fear of failure prevent me from getting another victory here? It's like, okay, maybe not the best answer, but that's really it. It's just the buildup of like experience that informs me on, like, first of all, is this a good conversation or game to play, right? So let me describe that for a moment. It's like, it's not as if you play every single game and like talk to every single person. It's more like, you might want to play the ones that are higher odds. So you have to figure out how to determine if it's higher odds, right? Maybe don't talk to that person who is in the middle of reading their book and is shuffled off in the corner. Maybe that person doesn't want to be disturbed. Or maybe if I'm going to disturb them, I ask, hey, do you have a moment to chat? And totally fine to say no. I tell people this very often, actually. This is learned behavior. I say, if you're not comfortable, totally feel free to say no. I'm okay with that. And I'm actually okay with that. I made sure, so the steps were, I made sure that I'm actually okay with rejection here. I made sure to communicate that and gave them that off-ramp in case they don't wish to engage with me. And then I make the proposition, right? It's like, hey, sorry to bother you. If you want, I could just walk away, but I saw you're reading this book. Can we chat about it? Because I saw this book before. Maybe you can give me some thoughts about it. And then they go, no, sorry, I just want to be alone. I'm like, okay, all good. Thank you for your time. And I walk away, right? To me, that's not even a failure, right? You could argue, oh, it's a failure to start, but like, whatever, like, It's not a loss, maybe neutral, right? But hey, I did it right. Remember the name of the video where enemy Heimer nonstop all chatty report? I don't remember. Sorry. So it's finesse, really. To me, it's a lot of finesse. Shooting your shot. Yep. Yeah, I've had to do that. I've had to do that a lot. First time I've heard someone talk about that fear of ranked and put a name on it. Thank you. No problem. Now, I don't want to convince, or I don't want to go down that line of thinking where people think always try, always do. It's like, okay, yes, generally, sure, but you don't want to. Okay, this was described to me as being in God mode. Okay, this is my cousin talking about his friends and like trying to shoot their shot with women. And this is the classic thing I tell everyone almost every stream, which is don't try to be interesting, try to be interested. And the idea is if you try to affect an interesting persona, like yo, I'm so cool, I'm blah blah blah, whatever, people will be able to read that, and even if they don't, it's performative. It's not you. It won't be as natural. I would this is complete hand wavy science. I would imagine that is like way worse for you in the long run. Be stressed about maintaining that. Sure, there's some cognitive dissonance there. For example, a girl says she likes crocheting, and you pretend you like crocheting, right? At some point, there's some friction. Okay, so be interested. Just simply be interested. Be open-minded. Be like, hey, what you drinking? You know, hey, what you doing? What's up? What you chatting about? You know, that kind of stuff. And my cousin described how his friend would turn on God mode. Okay, and it's not a good thing, or not necessarily. It's like this friend went up to like every girl essentially and just pulled out all the lines. And one of them called him out and said, I just watched you go up to every other girl in the room and say the same stuff. It's like you don't want to turn on God mode. It's like the complete obliviousness to your surrounding, thinking you're just immune, you've got admin powers, and you can just do whatever. Right? There has to be some of that awareness. And so that's what I was kind of trying to describe in that example of like me going up to someone reading a book. It's like you don't want to throw in too many like prophylactics, like, oh, just in case I'm bothering, I'm so sorry. Just, throw in like one, like, hey, sorry to bother you, right? Feel free to say no, but blah blah blah. So it's I think a lot of dudes struggle with a balance of like going too far into God mode, and the other side would be too scared to do anything. So yeah, find your balance, I guess. Why don't you do some type of motivational videos for Shorts TikTok? You're a really good guy to follow, as I mentioned on other comments. You are a person so genuine. Thank you, first of all, and the reason why is because I'm woefully ignorant to a lot of things, and I don't feel too confident in putting my message out there. And the biggest reason is because I don't want to have to sit there and justify them. It's ironic, isn't it? All the ideas that I present, I try to have a justification for. Qualify my statements, give evidence, give backup, or if they don't, I address them as such. I say something, literally, I'll say like, I don't know this for sure, but this is my general take, or I've only thought about this a little bit, but here's my first little bit of feedback. I do this at work actually too, right? I have to represent my confidence level. It's like, how long have I spent on this idea, But I've done that so much in my life that I'm so tired of it. And what I'm saying here is like, if I want to put anything on like TikTok or Instagram, I would be so deathly afraid of saying something wrong that would affect maybe potentially hundreds of kids, and it might end up making them worse. That I would spend a lot of time trying to justify, trying to flesh it out. And my point is, I don't have enough time in the day to do that, nor is it lucrative. I'd like to do that. That would be nice if I could get paid to do that, and I'd spend a lot of time researching, sure. As in, I'm respectful to the topic and I genuinely care about making a difference and like doing it right. But yeah, that's why I don't. And it's also very arrogant. It's a very arrogant thing to do, to presuppose that your words are of value, right? To me, that is like very like, that's like the most egotistical thing I would ever do. People say I have a big ego. I don't think I have a big ego. I think I'm fucking ridiculously, and like obviously when you hear me say it out loud, you're gonna think what a dickhead, right? But like I am
very fucking humble about the things I need to be. Okay, it's why I got here to begin with. It's because I've learned so much from admitting, oh shit, I'm wrong. You can see this in like my gameplay, for example. On a daily basis, if you watch me play video games, if I make a mistake, I say it immediately, right? And you might think that's trivial. It's not. I don't think it's trivial at all. I do that for everything, right? If I cook something wrong, like, oh, fuck, I made a mistake. I don't blame the fucking retailer. I don't even if there is something to blame, like, oh shit, they gave me bad chicken. I'm like, oh fuck, maybe I should have identified that better. My bad, you know? So yeah, that's why I'm here in this position, because I learn from everything and I admit I make mistakes, everything, right? So it's an incredible thing, you know, wanting to do things right here. And it doesn't make me like a fucking better person than most, but what it does is it makes me a better worker and probably of more utility to the world. So, you know, sure, we'll say better, I guess. But you know, you see so many people on TikTok and Instagram reels, like these motivational coaches, and they're just throwing shit out in the most arrogant way, super vain. They're doing it because they want to like make money off of it. They want to, you know, grow big. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Like, that's content creation. Like, I wouldn't do it unless I made money off of it. But at the very least, I could guarantee that I do it properly, because there's no better strength, there's no better weapon than the truth. If it is actually true, the things I'm saying, and they're objectively correct, and like there's bulletproof, and no one can say anything, no one can say I'm wrong, I would say it. I would do it. But, you know, I know that type of feeling. Yup, is like arrogant type of, yeah. So I would be deathly afraid of being a bad influence. But like, I'm very confident in the things I say here. Like, but the difference is I have time, right? Like, I've been speaking for the past hour. A TikTok or a short, you get like 2 seconds to give them your hook at most. The average view duration for my shorts is literally 1 second. And so if I don't say something like extreme, you know, very hooking, right, I'm not going to get their attention. And the likelihood that I can say something that gets their attention and is true and is useful daily, often for shorts, that isn't trite or, you know, already repeated, you know, pretty much zero. MBTI, I don't know, like E or something. How you do anything is how you do everything. Ooh, classic. Yeah, the word ego has definitely been co-opted by like the most fucking insecure people ever. Like, anytime someone says, "Oh, you've got a big ego," I literally sit there and I think that person's insecure. I'm almost never fucking wrong, dude. I'm just fucking not wrong. It's like, if you endeavor to like destroy the conversation by invoking ego, which is like a dead end, like, it's just there's nothing that can come from it that's productive in the way that they present it. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm done with you. That's been like my rule of thumb. Confidence comes from exposure. Anxiety stops us from getting the exposure. I found asking the girl you really want to ask out is better training. Get over the anxiety than anything else. Even if she says no, the act of asking her out is the cure. The anxiety, yeah, okay, so that's one side of it. We're gonna get into a deep territory, right? The divide between, let's say, cis men and cis women has become very apparent in at least online circles to me in one particular manner. I'll start here. Incel behavior is something that is eventually learned. As in, I don't think it's inherent in anyone. I don't. I'd like to believe that it isn't. I'd like to believe that it is something that young men eventually fall into as a result of lack of proper role models to explain to them their feelings and the ways in which they can resolve them healthily. 2, a couple instances, a couple big spectacles or whatever in their mind, you know, it'll be huge. And let me just describe that real quick. To you in high school is the world. To you in college is the world. So for any young male, that one rejection from the girl they really liked, to them, that's the world. That is like the nuclear bomb. Everything else doesn't matter. That was the one thing they think about, right? They're 16, they're 17, whatever. That's the world to them. Okay. Given these premises, lack of role models, huge spectacles, you could very clearly determine you could very clearly rationalize why a lot of like young dudes will fall into this. On top of the other things, okay, some other premises that I'm going to put out that I think to be very true. Young people in general will be emotionally unintelligent. That being defined as they're incapable of seeing other people's sides. They're incapable of imagining what the other side is experiencing or how they will react, coupled with a lack of accountability, being defined as they're incapable of hearing pushback on the things they say and the things they do without defaulting to excuses. Something like, I was just kidding. I was just joking, bro. I was just messing around. Or even worse, the lack of accountability manifests in victim blaming. They say things like, oh, you just took it bad. Oh, you're just sensitive. Oh, you know what I mean? Assuming these premises to be true. Lack of accountability, emotionally unintelligent, lack of role models, big spectacles. Young people are generally these things, right? Like, we can very quickly see why so many of these young guys become the most insecure fucking incels ever. Okay? Product of the environment. Now, I kind of gave you the solutions, right? The role models. We need the fucking people to just explain to them. Yo, you're feeling this right now? Here's why it's wrong. Here's why it's bad. Okay. The way this relates to what Felix said about the, oh, even if she says no, the act of asking her out is secure, and the way this relates to like the gender divide, whatever, right? Cis men, cis women, is I think because a lot of girls are like way further along, at least in my life, like a 16-year-old girl versus a 16-year-old guy, the girl is way further along in the development of her brain, at least emotionally, and understanding her own emotions and why she feels what she feels, and being like, let's say, empathetic towards others. There's this huge disconnect, and the guy will end up asking out the girl and get rejected, and that's gonna be fucking nukes for him. But for her, it's gonna be like, I'm just being normal or whatever. Like, like I didn't want to go out with him, normal shit, right? And then that keeps happening. And by the time you're at the age, like if you're a guy, by the time that you're at the age, let's say 25, 26, 27, when your brain's like fully forming and shit, and you've gone through your experiences, by the time you should be a normal fucking emotionally intelligent adult, you've already been an incel for like 9 years. And I'm like I look at this shit and I'm like, you are a product of like a decade or so of build up. There's no way at this point, at like 25, you were like this without shit having happened to you prior. And so there are a lot of people who will be like, oh, just shoot your shot with the girls. There's nothing wrong. The worst you could say is, it's like, actually, I disagree. I think because of this effect, because of how this shit happens, we, like, specifically in regards to asking girls out, I would coach guys differently. First of all, I'd start with, dude, she doesn't owe you anything. To begin with, no one really owes you that level of commitment, being your girlfriend. You don't want to treat them like a vending machine, like you put in money and sex comes out, okay? Because a lot of people fucking think that way. And as a result of enough of these things happening, the girls have responded in a way that necessarily makes it worse for the guys in certain ways and better for the guys in certain ways. Better insofar as they're able to identify why the girls' behaviors are totally appropriate, okay? And like realizing that would be good for them. You get what I'm saying? As in, like, the girls have necessarily put up these walls and, like, the armor. They've developed the armor against a lot of guys that feel entitled to their bodies and whatnot and their attention. And if the guy were the kind of person to understand why that would happen, it would be good for them. It would necessarily be good for them because they'd be like, oh shit, now I can see from the other side. The problem is they fucking don't. So it's necessarily worse for them because it exacerbates those sort of like, oh man, I'm such an incel and these girls have their armor up. Why are they doing that? I'm just a nice guy. So this is what I've observed, and I could be entirely wrong, but I've thought about this deeply, and I'm like, every time I apply this theory to whatever situation, especially like I like, it's weird if I say like, oh, I watch young people, but it's like I keep my ear to to the ground on a lot of these things, and it's like maybe not the best channels, sure, but every time I apply this thinking, I'm like, oh fuck, it makes sense. It makes sense why this guy's acting like this, and it makes sense why this girl's acting like this. You guys are just a product of this whole shit. So, okay, I just wanted to say that because to Felix, like, yeah, I get it, yeah, shoot your shot, but get through that thick layer of whatever our generation is going through, of like this, like I don't want to be too alarmist, but it feels like a fucking war. Okay. I mean, in Korea, it might as well be. You know, this omega gender war between men and women. Just probably one of the reasons why its birth rate is fucking terrible. Yeah. I owe my emotional intelligence and self-awareness to my mom, only child, single mother, and a childhood in poverty made me learn a lot of hard emotional lessons quickly. Glad you got out of that, right? Yeah, it's hard to not like look at the media and assume that is the world. So that's why I always want to sit there and go like, maybe I'm just in like a completely tiny bubble of the universe, and like I'm developing my ideas from that. I'd like to be wrong, but I don't know. I think there's huge damage being done by the manosphere influencers, Tate Brothers, alt-right streamers, and how this rejection is being handled. A guy gets rejected instead of learning from the experience. They're surrounded by constant ideals of these misogynistic takes, makes them think they are the main character, and it leads to a mega incel culture. Yep, very surface level. Yep, very easy to say. Agree. Basically, out how some people can't retain their attention for more than 30 seconds. Most of my friends can't even watch a 20-minute video without doing pauses like they can't watch it in one go. Damn. Hey, first time actually catching your stream because I live in Europe. Love the content you do and currently watching arena video while eating before my QA position interview. Oh, good luck in your interview. Good luck. Regular viewer here and really appreciate your content. I want you all to keep this going. Thank you for the daily content. Thank you. I feel a lot of people throw around big psychological / scientific jargon to go around circles rather than accepting their flaws, which puts real victims in the shadows. Well, I'm not even sure what. How would they relate, right? Okay. Are you on Twitch too? Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I think he's right about just asking people out and getting rejected, assuming you can handle it. A lot of people need to work on themselves before that. Yes, but I'm just trying to describe the whole atmosphere around it, where it's like I don't want to tell people just go ask them out. I need to equip you first to be able to handle the rejection. Spell my name wrong, so it. Oh wait, no, you said boost. That's why I automated you. Oh. I'm in Turkey. Damn. Regular watcher here, always watching both videos on main and second channel. Hopefully things are going somewhat good for you. Yeah. You know what's funny? Now this sounds stupid, but Saikuno made it very hard for people like me to interact with other people. I had like a marked shift in how I interacted with other streamers the moment the whole thing with Saikuno happened. If you're not familiar, basically there was a streamer who was using their position. This is a male using their position as like a very famous streamer to get with women, essentially. That's like super reductive, but the specific way in which they did it was they had affected this performance of being like a shy. They use this term called boy failure. What the fuck is that, right? But to the best of my understanding, it's like a guy that doesn't get girls and is like too shy to talk to them. Quote is like, "Hey, what's your favorite type?" Like asking the streamer, and the streamer goes, "Type, like Pokemon type. I like grass type." When obviously what he's being asked is, "What's your type in women?" Right? And so it's this sort of like shy, ooh, I don't really know anything about the world, while in reality they were behind the scenes cream pieing the shit out of random streamers at cons, which is hilarious to me. This guy was a hound dog, which to me isn't even necessarily a bad thing, except for the part where they were cheating on their girlfriend. Okay, now I'm sure they've learned from this experience, but the whole idea was like, yeah, you know, this is a big streamer abusing their position in a way to get with people who are very clearly in unfortunate circumstances, offering to pay for things and whatnot, and doing this. And so it's charity essentially, right? And so I literally sat there. I'm like, I like interacting with small streamers. A lot of them tend to be women, and the reason why is because I think women are smarter and I think women are cuter. That's it. I don't have any intention to date these people. I have no time. I have to fucking work my jobs and I have to like pay attention to my life. I have no fucking time to date these VTubers or whoever. I straight up no time, and it would be like long distance. I fucking hate that. Even if they were close by, I wouldn't. I'm gonna put that out there right here, okay? But I obviously like women, okay? They're cool and they're pretty and they're cute, whatever, right? Nice. And so getting that attention is validating. Let's go. But the moment the Saikuno thing happened, I'm like, ah, oh, fuck. I'm not like a huge celebrity at all. I am at most like a micro niche, tiny internet celebrity that does like one thing in my tiny corner of the world. But despite that, I do have numbers like 100,000 on Twitch or 240 on, YouTube, right? And like, I have relatively large platforms compared to the average person that might talk to them. And so I know that the moment I talk to someone, oh fuck, I sit there and I'm like, this is actual anxiety, right? I'm like, they're gonna think I'm coming on to them. They're gonna think I want something. So I need to make sure my language is very clear, very clear. I do market research on my own time, and like I like to ask questions like, hey, do you game socially? Like, are you a competitive gamer? What kind of player profile are you? I like to get into the head of some of these streamers, right? Because streamers make up a whole community, and they're the ones that drive the entire thing. If your game has 1 million concurrent players, but it's not visible, and someone searches up your game on Twitch and sees 0 streamers, they're gonna think your game's dead, right? And so that's the whole premise of like me going out there and looking. It's not part of my job or anything. It's entirely elective. I'm not a representative of Riot at all, but I do go out there and I talk to streamers, and I like to ask questions and get to understand what the community is like. Just super low, low value, low effort, and just chat and like talk. But I sit there and I'm like, Saikuno alone will probably make it so that it is harder. I could be completely wrong, but regardless, I'm sharing that anxiety with you guys of like, damn, already to begin with, I wanted to make sure that no one was like pinning me for like abusing my position, right? Like, I don't think I am, nor do I even have a position. So it's like, yeah, that's one area where I'm working through it, and it's like, okay, sure, someone might catch me talking to someone else on a stream, and it's a girl. It's like, yeah, I'm not doing anything. What's your perspective on why? Sorry, let me answer some of the questions above first, or react to that. Thank you, by the way, all you guys. You guys are engaging a lot, but it is a mouthful. I gotta like go through everything. On the other hand, I agree that women develop emotional maturity sooner, and they also form social relationships that help them articulate their feelings well. But the counterparts to male incels also exist. IMO, I can say the same for females as well. There are equally large communities of women who are also propagating main character energy, like the boss bitch energy is equally as damaging to social circles as alpha male effects. I'm not sure about equally, but I would totally accept that they are damaging to begin with. Absolutely agreed. For example, I wouldn't ever want to date someone who, in response to me paying for like dinner or something, I wouldn't want them to say something like, as you should. I would want them to say thank you. Even if in their mind they think I'm the girl, I prefer to not pay. As long as it doesn't fucking come out in their actions and their speech, okay, you can think that shit, right? Like, for example, like the phrase "men are all trash." This is a really good way of telling what kind of man and what kind of woman someone is. If a guy hears "men are all trash" and they go, "What the fuck? Not all men." Ooh, it's you, bro. If I have to explain that, I promise you won't understand, right? But on the other side, if women are just constantly touting like men are all trash, and they like genuinely seem to believe in that, I'm like, ooh, I wouldn't want to date you either. Like, we can joke, we can, like they can say this super ironic, even though it's a pretty heavy-handed thing, right? And be like, fuck it. Like, it could be trivial. Maybe someone like doesn't hold the door open for them, and I'm behind, let's say, this girl, and so I wasn't in a position to do that. She goes, ugh, men are all trash, like jokingly. I'll be like, that's pretty fucking funny, sorry. Like, I'd probably like open the door and close it on her, and hopefully she'd laugh, and we, boom, we have humor, right? Like, that'd be fun. But if it's like she genuinely said that, and like, I'll be like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. So yes, I agree that there are things on the other side. What's your perspective on why streaming attracts so many personality disorders / mentally ill types? I'm assuming you're saying. I think it's a point where you can kind of just point fingers and usually be right. I've met maybe like 4 to 5 Saikunas in real life ever. While these types are generally abundant in online circles, I'd assume it's confirmation bias.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because streaming is top heavy. Streaming is like 10,000 people at most are profitable, and the millions of others are like nowhere near discoverable. You don't know them. There could very well be billions upon millions of people that are streamers that aren't like this, that don't have disorders, don't have mental illnesses and whatnot. Okay, that could be one explanation. If you're defining streamers as like the ones that are profitable, okay, yeah. How about this for an explanation though? What if it is the case that actually, yes, nearly everyone has some sort of mental issue or something that they exhibit, a behavior that they exhibit that seems like mental issues, mental disorders, whatever to you, right? So it's just, I'll adjust to within people that make it. I think it's because, okay, if you're saying that, that's a totally different question. If you're saying that, it is most likely because this is an inhuman job. It is something that demands a particular skill set out of you to spectacularify everything, almost everything. Why? Because it's kind of like the tragedy of the commons. If you have 10 TV channels and they're all equally, you know, dispersed across the exact same time slot, 3 to 3:30, and they all have like similar qualities of, you know, whatever. Like this is like an action show, this is a love show, this is a comedy, whatever. But then one channel all of a sudden levels up their product to be like fucking crazy good across multiple genres. It's like a love story, but it's also action fight, and it's got like the best actor. It just levels the fuck. Everyone starts to watch that channel, that TV channel, and the others lose. So the others have to catch up. So why are so many of these people fucking psychopaths? Because in a way, you kind of have to be. You kind of have to fucking be. I actually described this. I'm not sure if you were here earlier. I described this earlier. I'm like, dude, they are like, I agree. They are fucking psychopaths, bro. Or like a developed psychopathy. Like, holy shit. Like, you don't even think people are human. Now, it's crazy because there are going to be really, really opposite examples. Genuinely good human beings that on the surface, or maybe, you know, performatively, or maybe they actually are outward facing this way, but all the practices outside, the things that you don't see, they're gonna be fucking unethical as shit. Dude, okay, I'm speaking in vague terms, but let me be more specific. Me, I might seem like someone who maybe is, you know, trying to present as, hey, like, I want to be a force for good, I want to influence you in a good manner, but here's some of the things that I've done that are unethical. Okay, maybe not like illegal, but slightly unethical. I have made it so that I corner the market. I determined very quickly for League Arena that if anyone were to catch up to my product, they could realistically beat me. And I didn't want that. I didn't want any of them to do that because I wanted mine. Very simply. Why? Because I want to be a homeowner by the time I'm like 30. Okay, I'm very selfish like that. But at the same time, you would too. Okay, that's my justification. Weak as it is, you would too, right? You wouldn't give that up, especially if you didn't have a career to begin with, and this is a huge opportunity. In my field, you gotta capture it. Okay, psychopath, right? So what I did was I made a second channel called Nidhogg Arena. I made it so that I could upload 2x daily, because the premise is you can't actually upload multiple videos on the same channel without destroying your own algorithm. Okay, you like, we tested this. I actually did test this. The year prior, I literally tested double uploads. Okay, and it just didn't, it fucking killed it. It slowly killed it. It would cannibalize itself. So what I did was I separated by 6 hours, and I tested this repeatedly too. 1 and 7 p.m., 12 and 6 p.m. We landed on 11:45 a.m. and then 5:45 to maximize it, because we have a heat graph of when to do it. So what this achieved was I was able to effectively upload 2 videos a day to keep myself in the airspace and muscle everyone out, so that if anyone were to develop a product that was equally as good as mine or better, they wouldn't even be discovered to begin with, because they couldn't. They would have to try to beat me, and they'd have to try to beat me again. As in, if you search up League Arena gameplay on YouTube or anywhere, you find me. And if you don't, you find the other me. I'm 1 and 2. I'm number 1 and 2. Because I didn't want anyone coming in. That's it. That's an unethical thing to do. That's a monopoly, right? That's literally a monopoly. Okay, if you accept that I am the biggest, right? And on the NA English speaking side, yes, there are like 33 fucking Chinese streamers, content creators or more like that I can count. But they're in a completely different market space. Okay, so
Very simple. I dominated the fucking algorithm. I just beat it because I had 2 separate channels. And if you wanted to do arena, you had to do it like me. You had to do better. Okay? You have to do your stat tracker, and people copied that. You have to do thumbnails the way I did because I paved the way, essentially, which I didn't even. It was literally just like we did things that we saw were good in other people, and we took it, and boom. You just have to copy. Like, you have to do that. Okay? And if you can marginally improve things, do that. Right? I put the round titles, I put the music, I put the separate tracks. I did all these things. I beat everyone. And I made sure no one could come up. Or I tried to, at least. You see League Arena now? Who's there? Right? Who's there? There could have been, I could have shared this space with so many people. It wasn't a zero-sum game. It really wasn't. Right? It might have even been better for League Arena for multiple streamers to be in this space, doing well enough to profit. So that when you go to League Arena, you have a plethora of things to watch. Even more videos than just my video and my other video. Okay? But I couldn't guarantee that that would happen. I didn't know how long Arena would last. I didn't know if I would continue to succeed. So I was ruthless. I was cutthroat. I said, you know what? I don't think I'm a psychopath, but I have to do the thing I know would make me succeed. Even if it meant fucking everyone else like that. Okay. Now take what I just said. Think about all the other big streamers and the way in which they have to operate, right? And think about the things that they might not tell you they had to do. Whether it's their friendships and relationships with people, what they have to do to get into lobbies, right? Way they have to act, things that they have to believe in or pretend to believe in. Are they going to admit it to you? No. This game bolt? I don't know. I know it's not your intention, but damn, that's aura. Damn. One thing I really appreciate / find interesting is the depth you guys go through in analysis on the videos, like the amount of testing you do to be as efficient as possible. Yeah. Streamer requires you to be online way more often than the average person. Career streamers that never worked IRL are maladjusted because their whole life has been COVID, online, Zoom call stuff. Funny I say that about regular people, not just streamers. I used to take it personally until I realized they don't owe me anything and they're just saying no because they don't have interest in me. I'd rather be with a girl that likes me. Exactly, yes. Double standards killed chivalry. After watching your videos for over a year, your voice has become soothing to me. Thank you. Insane people might just be more entertaining, seeing it has kind of a redder energy, but it's fun to watch people lose it. That kind of dramatization is fun in the movie where people are acting, where the lines get blurred when someone is streaming and it's only half acting and streaming for 13 hours straight. Also, I don't think it's unethical. Lol, everybody plays by the same rules as you. It's how markets have always worked. No, I think it's pretty unethical. I think I could have shared the space. Thoughts on gaming is dying? Define gaming. Like, would phone gaming be gaming? I've seen a few other channels, but their content doesn't quite feel the same as yours in ways that matter to me. They seem more catered to lower attention spans with quicker edits of everything. So I'll admit this. I have done market research on basically anyone that could have been a competitor. And I very quickly determined no one was my competitor. No one. You could say that's an arrogant thing, sure. But that's rooted in like science. That's not even my opinion. To me, that's not an opinion. That is a fact. I took the principles that I applied to my YouTube channel that I've gotten from everywhere else. In fact, Mr. Beast, his 92-page document. Yeah, just because he's #1 doesn't necessarily mean he's always going to be correct. But he's probably going to be right. And so I look at... You can go read that whole shit, by the way. You can read all of that. And I used all the data that I got from my channel, and I'm like, And I'd watch their uploads. I'd watch their timing, for example, and their thumbnails and their titles. I'm like, For example, I willingly sacrifice my titles by making them a little bit longer than they should, by adding the League Arena gameplay, because I like the idea of, well, it's a compromise. I like the idea of like consistency. If you ever see the ending thing that says League Arena gameplay, and you don't see that if you're on phone or if you're like seeing like the title on homepage, but if you see that ever anywhere, and if you Google that, if you YouTube that those specific keywords, League Arena gameplay, you find me, right? And it's like, some people copied that, some people tried. So, I mean, I did the science, guys. I did the fucking science, right? And it's a continuous thing. I keep checking. I checked for a while. And I'm like, dude,
even the World Cup. The World Cup was science. Holy fuck. When two really big teams were playing, and we were confident that they were gonna get watched over our thing. We uploaded 2 hours before because the first 2 hours are all that matters for a video. It determines if it's gonna survive or not. After that, I don't really check. Like whatever. Because the assumption is you put out a video, the algorithm sends it out to a bucket of people, right? The high interest people. Okay, they clicked on it, good. Okay, we send it to the wider band. Okay, people that maybe have seen this area, maybe they vaguely like gaming. Okay, if it does really well, viral, send to everyone. You know what I mean? And we rarely hit that. We rarely hit that. The biggest determinant of whether or not we hit that is the performance within the first 1 to 2 hours. So simple, right? As in, if you get 0 views in the first 10 hours, or sorry, first 2 hours, the algorithm is going to think, like literally 0, it's going to be like, I'm not going to send this, what the fuck? Literally no one clicked on this. I'm not going to put this out. Hell no. Hello, I have a question. I'm not sure if it's related or possibly unrelated. Would you say streaming culture feels as if it's becoming transactional to some extent? Yep. I think okay, so the argument for that would be because it's become a job. When we I'll make the comparison to professional esports, and I'll try to justify the comparison. Explain why they're almost one-to-one. When gaming was just kind of like you bought a box game and you played it for fun and it was like a casual thing and it wasn't mainstream, you know, it was kind of looked down upon in a way, right? Like, oh, like you're wasting your time, you know, because when you watch someone else game, you watched by seeing them physically sit behind a desk looking at something mindless, right? Just tapping buttons. You didn't get that connection of like, this person's doing something. I explained this to my parents. I was like, you see me playing games, I'm creating something, I'm problem solving, I'm actually learning. Now, not everyone's doing that. Some people are like, I don't know, playing Zelda and like, actually not the greatest example because Zelda actually is problem solving a lot. They're playing like, I don't know, some bullshit Sims game, and even then they could be problem solving and like learning or just relaxing. Relaxing is a good thing, right? Or it can be a good thing. It can be bad once it becomes addiction. It's too long. It's too unproductive. Sure. That aside, the advent of gaming had this huge perception of doing nothing. The moment it became more mainstream and it became a profession, right? As in like one amongst like millions of people could be a pro gamer, right? The StarCraft Brood War people. These people were fucking celebrities in Korea, but it was unheard of everywhere else. Anyway, that's why like not Naniwa or whatever, like one of the first like European, like basically non-Koreans like do well. They're like, holy shit, these are celebrities. But those were like, that's exactly it, right? Celebrities. They're like above the norm. But once it became normal for people to just casually make money off video games by becoming pro players, right? Become salary positions or even like coaches or even like B teams, amateur teams, or cash cups in Fortnite. Once it became more of that sort of thing, became lucrative or could potentially become lucrative, I think it became more transactional because people started realizing they could do the thing they like, which is play video games, and potentially become a millionaire. Why would you not, as a young child, as a young dumbass fucking kid, sit there and go, wow, I really want to do that, and do everything in your power to achieve that? And here's my boomer ass take, and I've repeated this many times. I think no one wants to work. I think everyone's fucking lazy, or at least I think gamers are lazy. I think a lot of people joining streaming, they just want to get to the 0.1% where they make millions by farting, and then they don't have to do anything. When in reality, the position that 0.1% top streamer position, to get there, that was blood, sweat, and tears. It was majority luck. To me, it's 99% luck. You hit that moment, you hit that viral moment, and you capitalize. It barely takes anything to capitalize off it. If anything, if you're stupid, it's even easier to capitalize off of it because you're stupid and people love watching you be stupid, right? That's a super big generalization, but I find that the truly intelligent streamers, they don't actually do that well. Right? You want to be someone who is genuinely so fucked in the head that you're willing to spend 12 hours a day doing stupid shit, screaming, fucking energy up. That's why I'll never fucking make it, you know. I don't have that kind of energy. I don't. And I wouldn't want to do that either. You know, it's kind of a privilege for me to say like, yeah, I don't need that shit to succeed. Thank God, right? That's why I'm moving away from streaming and stuff. With streaming as a profession. I stream more as a hobby, right? So
if we were to say that you're correct in it becoming more transactional, I would imagine it's a result of it becoming more mainstream, and the perception of it became more of like a I can make money, it can be a profession, as opposed to it's a passion thing, right? Because in the past, if you were like a pro player, it was because it was a position of convenience. You were just there. You happened to just be there. Do we want to say someone like Hotshot GG or like Double Lift? Like, were these guys truly good? Yeah, I'm sure they were really good, but they were also the only ones we had, right? Like, yeah, sure, there might have been like a couple thousands, but now we have a couple fucking million people to choose from that are actually like significantly better, right? Relatively speaking, as in like I'm sure there's some kids now that are like 15 that were relatively better than like Doublelift would have been compared to his competition back then. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm literally saying like it was esports was not mainstream. That's why when people left teams or rosters changed, it was news. It was like, dude, this guy left CLG. This is news. Now people swap. You don't even know who the fuck they are, dude. It's just, oh, trade him, trade him. There's so many to choose from. Trade him. Yeah, no one wants to fucking work. It's cool that we can stop playing and just kind of chat. I don't think I could give up either of my jobs for streaming. I love them both too much. Yeah. Hey, Brodo. It's funny because I'm hopping off pretty soon, but I've got a nice VOD stuff. Yeah, I hate to say this, but no, I don't hate to say this. Streaming is super saturated, which is also my protection against other people coming up against me. Yeah. I won because I got here early, relatively early. I got here in 2016, which isn't even that early compared to like the people from Justin TV or like Owned that were here like what 2009. I was like 9 years old in 2009, so I got here relatively early, and I got a big head start because I knew Box and played with him. I got very lucky. I did everything in my power to kind of work against that too, which is funny now that I look back. Like if I could go back with hindsight, I'd be like, dude, kid, shut the fuck up, Eric. Just take the success. You're never gonna have to work a day in your life if you do this. Like take it now, because what you did made it so that 24-year-old me had a harder time. With Box, yeah, I was his original duo way back in the day. We played like for like 4 years together before Master Tier like lost its ability to duo or something. He moved on to TFT. People don't know this actually. This is like old news. This is old shit, bro. We were like the duo. People did not like playing top or jungle because I would just camp top. Dyrus didn't like me because I was always camp. Like it's not like I wanted to camp Dyrus. I just wanted to camp, my duo. Do you think the quality of games have evolved over time since it's more directed towards monetization instead of just giant nerds creating the passion projects? No, actually, funnily enough, no. I think I guess people would view it to be mutually exclusive, as in like the more you move towards monetization, the further you stray from like actual quality games. But you can do both. You can definitely do both. I think you'd be right in saying that like monetization strategies necessarily make a game worse, as in if you take a game and you remove any sort of pay incentive at all, right? Like it was just completely free, you had access to everything right away. You could say that's like the purest like form of gaming and that's like the best. But you fail to understand the relationship between your perception of a game's quality and the ability to play it amongst others, if that makes sense. I'll give you an example. Let's say there are two games. Hypothetical game A, hypothetical game B. Okay, game A, game B. Game A has 100 players, and you join game A. It's free. You don't have to pay. Purely passionate. All decisions made
with no money in mind. Okay, you're one of 100. You have fun. Let's say it's a competitive game, maybe 2v2s, 3v3s, I don't care, right? You can find some queues here and there, but it's not that big of a population. So at some point, your game starts to dwindle as people play less and less, and the queue times get longer and longer. Game B has 1,000 people, but it's got monetization. Okay, and because of that, it can afford advertising and maybe, you know, continue to pay the developers and maybe get a bigger team, more developers, and grow. It now becomes 10,000, blah blah blah. Okay, now the unfair part of this is, yes, the people with 100 games, yes, it could grow organically because it's free, blah blah, sure, but there's multiple dimensions, right, and levers, right? It's like, okay, too much monetization could lead to 0 people playing. It's like, dude, every fucking like 3 seconds I get like a fucking ad. Like every time I finish it a round, I have to watch like a 2-minute ad or something. Hey, like fuck that. Or like maybe pay for power, pay to win. That could be like a big boom, right? That's ass for like a lot of people. But funnily enough, there's some structures that are okay with that, like gotcha systems, and like the whales, like targeting the whales, right? The ones that will pay like thousands of dollars. You can see very quickly, like, monetization by itself is not inherently bad because of the necessity of having to pay people that like make the games. You know what I mean? If there's like no money and everyone could eat for free like all the time, like we could maybe say that like games would be better, right? We can maybe say that because everyone would do things perfectly, you know, with passion. But unfortunately, we don't live in that reality. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is there's a certain degree of like monetization, retention practices, like progression, having progression in your game, like battle passes and whatnot, that'll keep people playing and maybe even result in more people playing. Like you directly benefit if noobs play your game, right? You might not like noobs on your team, but you would want to see human beings play your game. And so the noobs are hopefully going to become like the more casual, decent, average, mediocre, maybe higher skilled eventually. Like you don't actually want to eat the noobs, okay? You want to let them win X amount of time such that they stay, so that your game stays alive, so that you can continue playing, so that there will be more noobs, and then so on and so forth, right? And one of the ways to do that, and devs are part of that ecosystem, they need to eat. They need to be able to work on your game and not be dead. I hope that's a good explanation. Like, people need to eat. Would it ever be possible for big streamers, internet celebrities to ever raid someone with low view count under 20 viewers? And in a way, could it be life-changing or while still sharing? I mean, define life-changing, yes. I mean, I got a 900 viewer raid from I Will Dominate and a couple thousand from like Boxbox, but I didn't retain all of them. But what I will say is, I would imagine my stream, like no League Arena would exist without my stream popping off to the point where I would make like a YouTube and like continue doing it from the assistance that I got from like other people. I would have probably stagnated around like 50 at most, at most, you know. And there's nothing to say that like I wouldn't have succeeded without them, but like we live in the timeline where they help me, and I would like to say it's a direct result of like a bunch of big people hosting me back then, not just Boxbox, like a ton of other streamers, and like, yeah, I would argue it is life changing, or it can be life changing, but that's like kind of obvious, right? Spectacle is huge, dude. Discovered you through I'm a Cutie Pie. You were playing J4, and the two of you just happened to end up in the same game. You just hopped in call, and I thought I liked the guy's vibe. Nice, boom, Spectacle. Very much agree. You have to strike the balance between income and bureaucracy, so that you can reward the artist devs and mitigate as much bureaucracy as possible. Yeah, I mean the dream is to like work on shit that you're passionate about forever, not have to care. Fucking hot. I love to work. I'd also love to be able to afford a house by working a mundane job like my parents did. Yeah. I was recording my AMA and I was gonna release it properly, where I was saying like one of the biggest influences for me is I want to be a homeowner because my entire generation, we will not be homeowners. We will not. Not gonna happen. For a good majority of us, not gonna happen. Not the homes we want. And I want a big home, dude. Like, I want like a fucking $2 million home with like 3 or 4 bedrooms, and I want to like deck them out, have kids. I have to like afford kids in a good spot, in a good city, with a car, and like I want to go on vacation. And you think I can do that off of 6 figures? Who can do that off 6 figures? I don't even think I'm out of touch on this. Like, the standards I want to live in the places I want to live in, like the bi-coastal elite areas, yeah. Maybe if you're like in the fucking Midwest or like the flyover states, the bumfuck nowhere, yeah, you can get a pretty massive house for like fucking way less. Sure, but I don't want to live there. I want to live in like the hot spots of like the fucking, you know, the game companies and like all the cool shit. Congratulations, Father Fern. Boom. You got yours. Rage Out of Legends? I don't know. The world doesn't have the resources for these American standards. They actually fucking do. We actually do. That's the funny part. It's just the same story. Some people are really. This is honestly a great podcast. I'm at work and just listen in the background. I'm happy you enjoy. Thank you for sharing. We'll hop off soon at some point, but provided people talk to me, you know, I'm always down to respond. I work in politics. We have the resources, I promise. I mean, it's a simple matter of distribution, right? I remember looking at this chart. I was talking to a coworker, and we looked at a chart. It was like production of meat. You guys know what the highest, like, what is most produced? I think it was chicken. Like the number one thing. Or at least it was very high up there. And it's like, yeah, you probably don't want to eat chicken every day of your life, but like, you could. Like, every one of us could. We can. And we don't only produce chicken, you know. It was kind of nuts looking at like the logistics behind food. And I sat there and I'm like, how can anyone go hungry if we do this properly? But there's always some realist out there that's like, the economy, the stimulate, it's like, no, I understand. I'm just being idealistic. I'm sitting here and saying we have an obscene excess of food. And we have even cases like, you can't dump your food out into dumpsters. You have to throw it out in specific casings or whatever. Because if someone homeless eats it out of your dumpster and gets sick, they can sue you. And so it creates this other incentive of, I don't want to get sued, so I throw my food away. Like, just that singular example to me is a perfect representation of what we've done with the world. And I don't even disagree with that person saying, yeah, you know what? I don't want to get fucking sued. I own this bakery. I'm trying to work hard and like survive. What the fuck? This guy just sued me when you know, I didn't know. Like, fuck it. Like, fuck you, bro. How do you stop yourself from overworking / workaholicism? Bro, if I had the answer, I apply it. I mean, I'm a fucking workaholic, dude. I want to own a home. I have a chicken salad almost every day. That's it right there. That's why we can't have chicken. You're eating all the fucking chicken. You, chicken man. My go-to, we have an overabundance of food. We could end world hunger with the amount of food that's produced. True. Fucking guy eating all our chicken. I mean, world hunger has turbo reduced over time. Yeah, the world is technically more peaceful. Like, we are actually a lot better on average. But it doesn't mean we're good, you know. We are technically better by like the metrics we've established years ago. Gives me hope for the future. There's people like Gary Stevenson. I have no clue what that is. World doesn't want some studies. Okay. Sure, I'll just take it at face value. Congrats. AI takes 0.003% the water of meat production. Oh, I don't doubt it. It takes a couple, I forgot what the amount was, like a couple liters per like cow or some shit. But have you ever seen a cow butchered open? I remember seeing a picture of like all the different cuts, but like actual like cuts. I'm like, oh my god, I can eat like a filet mignon and I'm full for the day. Holy shit, this is like a meal for like a year, bro. What the fuck? Pig meat is easiest to produce, and they use growth hormones to speed up the process. Yeah. Oof. Money isn't real. We printed. There's more than enough research. See, you got to be careful because this is where I agree with like the actual realist ground in reality. Something economy necessary. Ooh. I'm curious, how much food do we throw every day? Hey, who knows? I believe world is creeping towards catering the ultra rich middle class. Having less money means businesses will shift to where money is, which is at the top. Okay. Then the amount of food that is wasted at farms, restaurants because it's not perfect. Yeah. Hey, that's why I want to get mine. I do what I can, but I will never ever LARP as like a savior. I will always tell you, dude, I'll do what I can, but as soon as I get mine, bro, I will have no incentive to do any of this shit. I'll probably do it anyway until I don't have energy. When I don't have energy to do it, you can't blame me. I would have been like 36 and started a family. I'm not gonna get up here on my soapbox and like talk about the injustice of the world. I'm gonna go raise my kid and try to like give them a decent life. I don't give a fuck about you, you know? I'll do what I can though. You know, I'd go to like my local town hall and lobby for things, or maybe go to the public school and be like, hey, we should make better public services for like the kids around so that my kid can like go to the gym or like have like a dodgeball or something. And hey, as a result, your kid can too. Yay, affect your local, you know, areas. Do what you can. You know, communal parenting. I think that's what we should all do. And if everyone did like 1% better like that, Atomic Habits, you know. Oh shit! All of a sudden we got 8 billion people increasing by 1%. Fuck yeah! What a resource. Produce enough food for 11 to 12 billion people. The problem is we live in a system with little incentive to distribute to anyone else. Yeah. The world can't support 8 billion people living like Americans. We consume way more resources per person than most countries. Huge homes, constant AC heating, everything energy intensive. India and the global south upgraded to US standards. We run out of resources instantly. Americans live in opulence compared to most humanity, and it's just not scalable. Yep. Agree. The standards that I want to live in, I wouldn't want other people to be living in because it would make it harder for me. Yeah. Very true. If I'm forced to, I'd live backwards. Sure, I go backwards, but as I said, for now, I want mine, and you would too. Ooh, the flock cameras. Oh, American. Ooh, what the fuck was up with that, bro? What the fuck was that? I feel like we're like maybe a couple years off before like literal vigilante groups like run into like AI data centers and start blowing them up. And then we get into like cyberpunk territory, or like what are there's some of those like dystopian video games where like the corporations hire private militaries to like station around their buildings and warehouses. I hope we never get to that point. I hope we can get fucking wise and be like, hey, we need to stop with this shit. We need to stop with this peacefully. Oh shit, though. There are a lot of good things that can come from data centers. A lot of good things. However, the placement of some of them, ooh, dude. Oh my goodness. Can we be any less evil? We probably can. Fortunately, most people don't have the balls to even attend their local homeowners association meetings. If only people did the small things to make a change. Yeah, like I'm never gonna do that. I kind of like my life. I'm too much of a coward. But I'm not trying to LARP as a revolutionary or anything. I'm someone who's very privileged, and dude, like I get mine. Yeah. You know what? Like I'll say this about the data centers. Like I think we shouldn't have ever given generative AI to like the public. We really shouldn't have gated it behind money either. Just shouldn't have done this shit. We fucking Pandora's box, dude. Because the dumbest people you know are the loudest with it, dude. Fucking A, man. I actually, dude, this is gonna make me so pissed if I think about it more. But like, I've the people who use AI are either the stupidest people I've ever met or the smartest people I've met. And the smart people use it as a tool for like mundane tasks, solve easily solvable tasks. The dumb people use it in place of a brain. And I'm, oh my god, I'm, oh, shit. I look at them, I'm like, I don't know where to begin with you. If I were your parent or your teacher, I wouldn't know where to begin with you. I would much sooner just turn around and be like, yeah, I don't want to deal with you. Yeah, like the fact that I can search up like ChatGPT and be like, yo, who's like the biggest League Arena streamer? And I actually did this, and they went, it's Night Blue 3. I'm like, I told the ChatGPT like, but he hasn't released a single League Arena thing. He's like, you're right. Let's look at the Baus and I forgot who else. It just lied to me essentially. Like, no, say my name. It's like, look at average daily views, right? It doesn't even know how to interpret that. It didn't know. I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Now I think of a stupid person listening to that. Amount of controversies that happen because of AI that just gets swept under the rug freaks me out. Fuck. Big yawn. At least 50 you guys yawn as a result. 230 people across both platforms. I think big problem is that people and companies have the same ways to influence politics like the people do, but they have more resources to practice them, and normal people just won't chill after. Okay. Problem dumb people is using AI is that it makes them dumber. Oh yeah. I read something I didn't want to believe. It was an anecdote from a teacher that had like a task that they gave for like their entire teaching career, which is like 30 years, where you go and interview someone about anything and then you write a paper about it. And he was describing an interaction he had with some students where they were like how do I interview? Or like I'm too shy or too scared or whatever. It's like do it, right? Like you ask someone, like, what do I write the paper about? The interview. It's like but what? Like whatever's interesting about the interview. Like how do I know it's interesting? Like what the fuck are you saying? Fuck are you saying? Literally just asked what was the biggest League Arena content creator, and ChatGPT told me it's you. Good. Maybe it learned off of my conversation. If you mean the biggest League of Legends streamer who plays Arena, it's probably Cadrill by current LOL, overall LOL audience. Damn. Just want to challenge. Why do you want the big house, best standards, sick location, etc. when typically anecdotally evidence best memories come from being dumbass with friends, laughing around a small fire, talking about deep shit and dumb shit alike. Meaning the best times come from burning sticks with friends. People used to live in small huts, and I'm sure they were happy as we are, if not more so. Is it purely lifestyle inflation? The simple answer is because it's not mutually exclusive. I could live in a big house, sick location, and all that stuff, and still go out with my friends every now and then to like a park and like burn sticks and have a bonfire. Might even have to, might even be able to like have a bonfire in like my backyard or something. You could do both. And the real answer is I want a big house and everything because I want like a family and be able to like give them space to play and shit and like have carpet. Give them the same life my parents gave me, except I have to work like 30 times as hard. And I just like having shit. I would like to have like a VR headset, a ping pong table, a pool table. I like pool. I like ping pong. I want like a racing car thing with like its own PC setup, like specifically one PC setup for that. That alone, or maybe like have that dual up with Beat Saber and VR. That'd actually be very efficient. I should do that. You can hook up to either like monitor or like maybe a TV and show. And I want a big ass fucking like 60, 70-inch TV with like a nice couch set that we can all hang out with, or like in whatever. I come home from work and like the kids finish. I'm like, hey, what's up, kids? Let's watch something, like have fun and like play with them and shit. And I can't do that without a lot of space. Yeah, I can make do with less space, but if I can get more space because I worked hard for it, I want mine. Yeah, and like status. To be honest, status. I do care about this thing. It makes me feel good. It truly makes me feel good when I can sit there and be like, hey, like I worked hard for this. Look what I did. Look at the fruits of my labor. And if I can raise other people up in the same process, I would. Why give people jobs? Why share things? That's why I talk to people. I could just like not spend any of this time doing this, by the way. I could have just went and filmed more arena slop. And then like queued them up. More money. Won't find a wife in League though. I'm not looking for a wife in League. Flight sim rig would be goals. Oh yeah. I saw one at Best Buy and I asked him how much it was. And this was like a couple years ago, and he said like $1,100 to set up the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so expensive. Now, if I look at $1,100, I'm like, yeah, I could do that. I want to be able to look at $1,100 and think, I can throw that away today and I won't care. I want to get to that level. I want to make $1 million a year or more. And even then, I don't think that would be enough for me. I want to make, I want to do like a whole, like internet cafe, like a big fucking area. And I want to employ like college students and high school students and pay them like $40 an hour, like huge, like ridiculous wages that they can pursue their passions. I want to make so much money that I can run this thing even if it's at a loss and like provide those experiences, because I think like third spaces for young kids, like cafes and libraries and stuff, they mostly died with COVID. They need to like start up again. And I charge like maybe like $2 an hour to like play on a fucking top end PC. I need like a ton of capital. If I want like 100 plus PCs, all like 50, 70s or plus, or by the time that this happens, it's gonna be like 9090 GTX RX fucking 3 million terabyte PCs. Yeah, I'm probably paying like 5k plus per PC, you know. So I'm gonna need a lot of fucking money. And then I want to hire like chefs, like culinary students that can't make any money, and they're gonna like cook food for me, shit, like, you know, provide meals to like kids. And then I want like a bunch of beanbags in the shapes of like Tetris blocks, and we'll like set them up and have like a bunch of consoles and shit. And you know, I'll host like local tournaments for like League of Legends 4. You know, when it's like 2040 or whatever, like we'll play whatever game, like Fortnite 3 and League of Legends 4 and Overwatch 2 million. We'll host tournaments, and I want everyone, like, this is status, right? I want everyone to be like, yo, that's like the legend King Nidhogg, like let's go to his cool place, you know, that's like fucking 40 acres worth of space, and like it's in a big mall or something. I don't know. Like I want people to do that shit, but I need money. So are you gonna try to achieve that? I don't know. Win the lottery. I'm never gonna achieve that shit. Like I want to do that all ethical, and the way to do that is to be unethical first and make a fuck ton of money. So does he read YouTube chat? Why do people ask this, man? Why do people ask this? Did some people ask? It's never Twitch. Twitch never asks if I read Twitch chat. Just say your thing. Used to work with a girl that used ChatGPT as a psychologist, and she would ask about it, about her relationship problems. The worst part is that it would always give her, oh fuck. It is a big con this decade, people preaching young adults that if you work hard, you will be able to afford the dream. In reality, you need that and also be exceptional like you. Yeah, you won't be able to afford it. Most of you guys won't be homeowners. Sorry. And I'm not even saying that in a malicious way. It's like that is the reality. We are all going to be renters. We won't own that shit. You have to have spectacle. And we should all be angry about that. That shouldn't be the case. We should all be angry. You know, like you telling me like 1960s someone could like work at fucking McDonald's or like any random job and raise like 3 kids, have a home, a car, and like afford college? What the fuck? What the fuck? No. Nope. I think most people will be homeowners probably. I don't think so. I don't in Canada and US. I don't think so. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Depends on when you plan on having that house, dude. Certainly not 27. Certainly, dude. The fucking what was the average or some shit? It's like okay, you high school, 22, 4 years of university, maybe 2 years for your master, maybe a PhD, 25, 26, you come out of the thing, right? If you're a doctor, you're like 32 by the time that happens. Like, mm-mm. Nope. Even if you're a millionaire, you may not even be able to retire due to inflation. A million used to mean a lot to me. Nope. Mm-mm. You got to be living in like some cheap ass area, and you can do that. Like you can own a fucking home in like a cheap ass area for sure. You know, I don't know. Go to fucking like what was one of those states like near New York, but like a little bit left. Need like Michigan, some bumfuck area. I like remember seeing a bunch of houses below. Let me just like look at the different areas people could live in. Oh shit, 400K for like a 4 bedroom. Oh shit. That's it. Nice. 400K. Good. Do that today. Choose to accept that reality where I cannot own my own home. I will buy a house or die trying. And be so honest. Here, renting my whole life sounds like ass. I mean, renting actually isn't as bad. Like okay, some mortgages will be like way fucking more. The only problem I see, if we assume renting to not actually be that bad, is that it feels unstable as fuck. You don't want to be the kind of person who owes someone else your home. You want to be the one, but like you still owe someone, right? You still own you got to pay like the property taxes and like the fucking utility bills still, right? But at least when you own the home, technically, like with the fucking thing, and you're paying the mortgage off, like, hey, you feel stable. And to me, that's like the big thing. It's like the I own this. I'm not renting it from another person that like could raise the rent or like take it from me somehow one day, you know what I mean? Like, and I oh, this sounds bad, but I don't want to live next to people. I don't want to live next door to other people. I live in like a like apartment unit. And sometimes they play loud music when I'm working. And I might be loud. And some of them smoke and it comes through the walls. I hate being near people. I've lived in like my mom's basement, self-isolated on purpose so that I can like make as much noise as I need and not hear other people's noise and be in my own isolated place. My basement was bigger than like most studios I've been to, and like I loved that shit. It had a bedroom and a bathroom and everything. I'm like, oh my god, I love this spot. I like owning my spot essentially. Yeah. What would you feel about social housing like Austria does? Socially subsidized housing is common. A large percentage of the population does actually live in those flats. Vienna was also voted best city to live in for multiple years. I am super ignorant to what these things actually are. It sounds like if we have socially subsidized housing, that would be pretty fucking nice. But I also imagine Austria has a very tiny population. I imagine if you were to realize just how ridiculously massive the United States is relative to other people, despite its landmass, right? It's probably one of the best. The U.S. is probably one of the best ratios of landmass to like population, such that the population density isn't ridiculous. In the opposite example would be something like Indonesia. Indonesia is like, I think like the fourth most populous, or maybe the fifth next to Pakistan, most populous like countries ever with like 200 million something, and it's like tiny, dude. It's tiny. Like, what the fuck? How can you fit 2/3 of the U.S. in like 1,000th of the? Yeah, I'm making up numbers. Not the 2/3. That's correct, right? The U.S. is like 350 or something. Indonesia's somewhere around 200. But like, yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts to me. But the U.S., even with all that land, the pure logistics behind it, I would like to think that we could do that. The problem is the US is one country with 50 states. And within those 50 states, there are like a million districts with a million different people that view things a million different ways, and it sucks. It sucks. I'm not necessarily saying everyone needs to be on the same page. I'm saying that everyone needs to be more intelligent. And if they were more intelligent, they would be more likely to be on the same page about things. Okay, so it's the source of why they would be on the same page, is what I'm saying. Like, shit, if they could all agree that, A, we should probably house people because we can extract maximum economic utility from people when they have their physical conditions solved for. Oh my god, you know. No, I'm not going to play Arena. I'm going to sleep in a second. Problem with renting is your money is going to nothing at the end of the day. There's no end goal. Yeah, stability feels like good. Or instability. You know what? Like the taxes would be fucking really nice if you could see them go to something. W Zoran Mamdani. Very nice. High fives all around. High fives, dude. Holy shit. They nitpick me, dude. I say they nitpick me. I look at Zoran's stuff. I'm like, oh my god, I do not get nitpicked. You exercise enough as you want to. I used to, but because after getting sick, and as much. Well, Chaos, we're not talking about the objective size, we're talking about relative. And US has like, dude, the US has such a huge advantage, man. The two oceans as national protection, crazy amounts of resource, omega fucking brain gain. Their biggest power was the fact that everyone wanted to go there for opportunity. You could just snatch the smartest people from other countries. Canada had to do a whole thing of like, we need to keep talent within Canada because every Canadian that did anything just went to the US. And like me included, bro, I want to go to the US. I'm Canadian. Give me a fucking work visa right now. I will give you the biggest sloppy toppy, dude. I will be the biggest patriot. I got 14 American flags up my asshole right now if you can give me a visa, dude. I'll do that. It gives me the biggest opportunities, bro. Riot Games is there. Like, hello? So this guy just said neoliberal economics is a mental illness. I already can tell you are someone I don't want to speak to. If you gonna do this shit, you gonna do some terms like this. Justify what you're saying instead of just throwing out platitudes. I've been listening for some time about the last thing you said. Look at Mamdani, he's alone in what he's doing. Nobody's supporting him. I'm saying this as a person outside of the US, where in my country, people have the same stance towards people like him. Yeah, and he's fucking killing it, bro. What I can tell, he's killing it. Holy shit, what a guy. What a guy. We need more. We need more of him. I haven't checked on how he has done with he did that thing with the halal carts where it's like $8 or some shit. Did he get that done yet? I mean, I'm not blaming if he didn't. He's gotten a lot of things done, but once he gets that shit done, I mean, I've eaten at New York halal carts. I will never live in New York again. I fucking hate New York so much, dude. I fucking hate that area. Fuck New York. Disgusting. Disgusting crap. I wanted to jump out that window every day of my life. I fucking hated New York. Jesus. Nasty. So cramped. Fuck that shit, dude. Hey. Problem with renting it, it's when the building is owned by capital group who doesn't care about people, only about profits and numbers. GG. Yeah, I'll never live in New York again. You couldn't pay me to. I'd rather go to jail. Actually, I wouldn't. I probably, yeah, I'll live in New York. It's fine. I don't want to go to jail. Might even be more spacious in jail. Ever thought about moving to EU West? Hell no. What the fuck? Hell no. Paul cart rice banger, but yes, I was there for a week. I wanted to get the fuck out after 3 days. Yeah, you can go there as a tourist. Don't stay there. Paul. Yeah, I don't think I would want to live in Europe ever. I think truly, I think this. I think the level of like racism and the kind of racism that exists there, and the fact that it's like the same landmass size of like the US, except it's 49 countries that like hate each other and have deep histories of like hating each other. I would never want to live. I'm sure on average the daily, like, you know, day to day, people are totally fine, but I'm deathly terrified of living in places like that with just like the random shit that can happen and the level of education. I'm also deeply terrified of living in America because of the chance of just dying. Is like, you know, it's how it's recorded in micromorts. I didn't do research on this recently, but I'm like, I'm deathly terrified of guns. I don't want to live anywhere near. I like fuck everywhere. Honestly, fuck living anywhere. I'd like probably just chill in Canada at most. There's no one here. Germany, bro, very chill. I don't know. I don't actually know. There are a lot of pretty women in Germany. The problem is there are Germans in Germany, and a lot of Germans I don't vibe with. I don't vibe with their humor. I don't vibe with the way they talk. I'm sure they're perfectly nice people. I'm not saying that they're bad people. The people I've talked to, they're so matter of factly, they're so blunt and emotionally like unempathetic. And this is a huge generalization, and it's just totally born out of ignorance. But I've spoken to a lot of people. I'm like, damn, I would not mesh well with you. So yeah, but I've met a lot of Germans I like too. It's just individuals might happen to be this way, but mostly for don't come to Turkey. It's hell like hell here. Jeez, come to Romania. I don't think I'll be doing that. What are worse, white Americans or white Germans? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Now, the moment you specify white, that's when I'm not gonna say anything because that's stupid. Do you ever live in Toronto, Chicago? I think they give me as fun as New York City without the chaos and intensity. I've been to Toronto. I haven't been to Chicago outside of the airport. I don't want to be in Toronto. It's equally as cramped. I fucking hate Toronto. Fuck Toronto. Fuck the people there. So glad I joined the stream. Thank you for the videos. Most fun I had watching in a long time. Catching the next one. I'm glad you enjoyed. Thank you for coming. Being arrested for saying something that is even partially considered hateful, no matter the context, is not something I support. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bro is dissing whole countries and cities. Yeah. What the fuck? What are they gonna do? As long as I just admit, like, yeah, I'm just one dude. I'm super ignorant to this shit. I'm just, you know, mostly talking some shit. I'm not actually making huge declarations. Yeah, this is the worst fucking, you know. I think it's fine. Yeah. I don't know. I think like EU gamers are like fucking terrible, bro. Most of the EU gamers that I've met that like might transfer server or like they give takes on Twitter or like the streamers, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I don't want to talk to you. So let's be very specific. The particular group of people that happen to be gamers and are terminally online from these countries are bad. Probably because they're terminally online and not necessarily because they're from those countries. It's probably a lot more to do with their individual habits than the place they lived in. Through the EU, hate and racism mostly online. Yeah, the fuck, of course. These are huge areas. Like, so, what is the best Canadian city? Ooh. Bro, I don't know. Not Toronto. Quebec City was beautiful. Old architecture and stuff. Beautiful. Are you flaming Mario? You don't even know Mario. He's Albanian. He's not Romanian. Racist. I find it really interesting when you share your video statistics on champions that you have to cover, like enchanters and mages, and how many or how they compare to manlier champs. Yup. Come to Czechia for the beer. I don't drink. What do you think about a study on league players that pick edgelord champs? Viego, Zed, Yasuo, and manly top laners said there is more their superiority complex and hate for female champs. There are studies from EU, not Romania. He's not even from EU. This guy larps as if he's from other places. He's a fucking Canadian. If you are born in Canada and you speak like us, you are not anything but Canadian. We are Canadian, bro. I am Canadian. I am maybe like ethnically Chinese Korean, but I am like the whitest kid you've ever met, dude. It's funny. Like I am so Canadian, dude. In my thinking and everything, I am nowhere near Chinese at all. I have like the closest connection I have to Chinese is I have a C in my name. That's it. Very true, Lamau. As a Norwegian, all Norwegians I've met in game are the most toxic people. I've met a single one that was kind. He had a Norwegian username for a little while. We changed it because the Norwegians he met were so toxic. Oof. No, Eric. What the fuck? What do you mean? Okay. Not Nidhawk. Canada's like basically Europe? No! I refuse. I haven't been to Europe, but I refuse. Canadians are in a unique position where they're not Americans, but they get treated like Americans. But we are very similar in culture. There is like this thing that Europeans like to do where they pretend they're better because they're not Americans. They're like, ooh, they like to say like the ooh, screw America. It's because it's easy, right? It's easy to say that. Yes, I don't disagree, right? In terms of like a lot of their shit. A lot of good things, a lot of bad things, right? But at least Canadians don't do that. Canadians don't LARP as if they're fucking better, people because they're not Americans. Like, dude, we're on the same team. We want the best for each other, or we should. We want the same stuff. We want to do well. Also, because we're right next to you, we don't want to get nuked. Yeah. Closer to European than American, sure, but that doesn't make them European. Okay. Canadians are nicer than Americans, bro. You can't tell me otherwise. Canada feels Midwest nice. Sure. Which part of the Canada you currently live in? I'm in West Coast. I'm pretty chill. There are a lot of Asians here, bro. A lot of fobs. But I haven't really met like an Asian that like is fluent. That like I like. Some Americans when traveling say that they are Canadians to dodge judgment or hate. Ooh, smart. There are a lot of Asians in Canada? Yeah. There are a lot of everyone in Canada. We have like some of the highest Asians, like percentage wise. A lot of Indians, a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of Chinese. We're super Asian. When our voice chat would affect toxicity in League, on one hand, it adds some human interaction and communication, but then it also makes it so that the worst people have more reason to make fun. Yeah, I mean, pros and cons. It's a tired conversation for sure. The real issue with the voice chat is the meta layer of like how people discuss it, and they make declarations where they present one pro and that's all it is. Yo, it'll be good. Like no, it'll be good and bad in many ways. For example, it can marginalized voices or marginalized people will become even more isolated. If you have a funny sounding voice, if you are a woman, right, automatically voice chat is going to be a disadvantage for you socially, right? We aren't at that level where it's going to be equal for them, which is unfortunate. I'm not saying it should be like that. I'm saying it should be the opposite. We should make it equal for them. We should not have it be the case that the moment a woman opens their mouth, someone goes, oh no, we have a woman on our team. We should instantly ban that person, and we should send like notifications to their parents. Canada is the actual melting pot? Yeah. Oh. It already is for value, isn't it? I don't know. I'd imagine. Nope, we don't want to say that's what the mute button is for. Nope, that is bad. That is very bad. That is automatically a level of a demonstration of your level of thinking. A mute button is not a solution. It is a band-aid. The real solution is a societal shift. The acceptance of people being different in the way they talk to begin with. And then also not accepting, not being tolerant of people who are assholes on the mic. You should spell my name correctly, hey? It's not funny. There's this VTuber I hang out with from time to time, and anytime he talks in games, the randoms start getting really fucking weird. Yeah. What would you do as a job if you live in ancient Greece? I don't know. Probably like clean bathrooms or something. I wouldn't be special. But they don't want to ban too many people and lose the player base, so this is why voice isn't on League. It somehow works well on Veldo. Ooh. Based. From example of a game where just muting doesn't work is TF2, the game's voice chat, so cancer. Yeah, muting is terrible. Muting means that you've just lost 20% of your fucking team's communication or more. Being the kind of person that demands other people mute you because you can't control your emotions and you can't control the things you say means that you are automatically at a disadvantage. If you have 5 toxic people in voice chat, your team is at a disadvantage. If you have 4 misogynists and 1 girl, you're at a disadvantage compared to the team with 5 men. Not because men are better, but because men tend to be really fucking misogynistic. So they're gonna distract themselves and like shit on the woman. Even if the woman is literally the best player in the lobby, yeah, you're automatically at a disadvantage if you have voice chat on. Assuming those men are gonna be misogynistic. If they're not, then you're fine. You're chilling. You win. And the fact that there's an external factor like that, ooh. My bad, I phrased it wrong. I was responding to a person talking about the inevitable person screaming in your ears. Okay, sure. Yeah, if someone's screaming in your fucking ears, it's still a disadvantage, right? Like, that person, again, is not controlling themselves. Which they should. Go play some Mayhem with friends. Wish you good night, Eric. Bellingerman. Thanks, Grassford. Thanks for coming, man. And I will heed your advice. I will never go to Turkey. It's like a dead game. Nobody really plays TF2, but it's overrun with racist slurs, slinging slashers. Yeah. I don't doubt it. Oh yeah. I mean, I have an advantage, right? Because first of all, I'm a dude with a dude sounding voice. Like, I don't have like the deepest voice, but I don't have a high pitched voice. And I'm very assertive. I can confidently talk into the mic. So automatically I'll have an advantage with the voice chat on. Because I'll communicate the things I want to communicate, and I probably won't hear some bullshit back. But, you know, but you know, for other people it might be ass. You see with voice changer, but for everybody, yeah, that could be fun. Like if it voice changes you to the champion you're playing, sound like that, it could be kind of cool. That would be one of the good usages for AI to equalize everyone. I think Marvel Rivals does that, where it like allows you to choose a voice. Very good. Just choose male. Everyone just choose male. We're gonna get to a situation where like all 5 teammates, or all 6 teammates in Marvel Rivals, they're all female, but they all sound like dudes. Because they all use the... So... Someone should make a show. Turkey is a great place for holiday, not to live permanently. That goes for everywhere, man. Go see the touristy spots. Go live there. Have a good night, Felix. Make it sound like the champ you're playing. Yep. Muting is a band-aid for sure, but the moment people find out I'm black in VC, all the racial slurs come out and I have to mute. Yep. I mean, it's a band-aid. The real solution. I mean, I'm not going to say like, hey, you're bad for muting. It's more like, it is unfortunate that you have to mute. But, you know, I'll say that after I say the part where I go, we should make it so that people don't feel the need to be racist to each other. We should root that behavior out early. Yeah. And people are like really scared of that. The idea of like, hey, societal change is the better solution. And it's not mutually exclusive with the band-aids. It's just oftentimes the band-aids work against the urgency of, or the feeling of urgency for societal shifts. It's like, hey, why would we change that when we could just mute them? Because you're at a disadvantage. What do you mean? Right. Game show idea. 6 people using AI voices try to determine who is a girl based on the gameplay. Whoa, you're an asshole. Whoa. if you're implying that the girl plays worse. What are your top 3 or top 5 animes across all genres? Oh shit, okay. Naruto. Charlotte. Fucking A, there's some of them. They're really good. Death Note. Death Note's super good. There's some like isekais I fucking love, dude. Overlord's pretty good, but maybe not like my favorite. Oh shit, what do I watch again, man? Dude, there are too many. Alright, I wrote a couple like review or not wrote, I like had a couple reviews. Okay. Shit. There's a lot of them. Videos from Poland. I watched you for like 2 years. Your videos were with me in hard times. Damn. And yes, I like to smoke weed. I'm that kind of viewer. Yeah. Let's go. I went out for my videos. Enjoy. It's good. It's good if you're smoking my videos because you probably watch the entire time you're smoking, and I doubt it take you only like 2 minutes. Take a long time, bro. All of the Rascal Does Not Dream series. I've heard of it. I don't remember. Is that like the one with the bunny? I like a lot of the romance animes. They're so fucking cute. Like Kaicho wa Maid-sama or whatever. That was like the OG one that made me like feel butterflies for the first time. Like, oh my god, they kissed. I was like 16. Oh my god, I love romance. Then I started dating girls. You watch Cyberpunk? Oh, that one's pretty good. But I haven't like actually watched it. Haven't the time. If we watch you, then who do you watch? If you watch YouTube at all? I watch like random shit on my homepage, like eater videos or something. It's more like I listen to them to sleep. I need white noise to sleep. Yeah, I don't have time to watch shit. I watch animes when I eat. Is there some subtitle option on Twitch? I am missing some of your points and it gets me very frustrated. I don't think there's like an AI subtitle option. I'm sorry. One thing I could offer is just the VOD. VOD will be there. I'm also like kind of slurring my speech because I'm tired, like mumbling a bit. So I could try to speak more articulately. Enunciate. Sorry. Do you have a favorite recipe like for cooking? I'm not good at cooking, but if I had a favorite recipe, it would probably be for silken tofu stew, a Korean dish called sundubu jjigae, and it's like spicy tofu. I would put beef in it, onions. Oh my god, the key to my heart would be to cook me a perfect sundubu. I would give this girl millions of dollars that I don't have if I could just eat that. Have you seen the fragrant flower blooms with the... Yeah, but I stopped watching it because I'm like, damn, they don't kiss. Kiss them already. Will we ever see a Nidhogg gym arc? I already do my stuff. I've just been sick for a month and a half, which prevented me from doing a lot of things because my entire chest region hurts and there's no reason to exacerbate it. We'll try it. Oh, you cook? Yeah, search up it's just called like SOON Dubu, DUBU, Sundubu. And chili. I'm a very white guy, you know. I like chili and like chicken soup and chicken pot pie or shepherd's pie. Hey, what's up, Sergio? I'm actually about to sleep. Sorry. Am I pronouncing it right, by the way? Sergio or Sergio? I assumed it was like a more Eastern European, but you can let me know. Sorry. Yeah, but I got like a whole ass VOD here. You would probably enjoy this talk. I chatted for like 2 hours, dude. Last time I checked timer, it was like 3 hours and 20, and now it's 4:43. Man, name like 3. Yeah, dude. Dude. I mean, we're the reasons why there's no chicken. That's it. Like we're eating all the chicken. I like chicken pot pie is so good, but low-key shepherd's pie is better because it's the ground beef and it's like tinier flakes, so you can get like more on average per bite instead of like one bite's like a big chicken and one bite's more like pastry. or distributed. I don't have like ADHD or autism. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that like that's like a very nice distribution of bites, you know. So for the people that care about that, like to have a thing with texture or whatever, shepherd's pie is better. Sergio, there we go. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I should have asked a long time because I just realized it's a fucking J. Sergio. Call it. Look at all those chickens. Yeah, they gotta die for my fucking chicken pot pie. I like that stuff. I like poutine. Poutine's good. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like fries with gravy and cheese curds melted from the gravy on top. Fucking so good. McDonald's poutine is good as fuck. You're one of those. No Kiss you don't watch. I mean, like I got kind of tired of it, you know. Fragrant Flowers too is so good. Yeah, I mean it's cute. I like the other one. I want to end this love game because in one episode they just start fucking kissing. Dude, they're doing like the Pocky game. I'm like, oh my god, it's teen love, dude. I remember when I was young. Like, oh my god, so fun, you know. Reminds me of like when I was young, essentially. I'm like, this is beautiful. This is love. Keep going, you know. I'm a sucker for romance, dude. Love that shit. Mexican food is a blessing in the world. As an origin, we eat the second most tacos in the world per capita. Nice. I'm allergic to a lot of like raw veggies, like avocados. So I'm like, fucks me up a little bit, but I can have it. Just hopped in and wanted to say you the goat and appreciate all the time you put in. Thanks, man. Butter chicken pot pie? Damn. I can't have Indian food anymore. Shit fucks me up. Yeah, I was talking to a friend recently about cuisine. My top are like Korean, Italian, and like Canadian or American food. Very, very white people food. Something about like the artificial flavors and the lack of flavor that is actually really appealing. Like hearty noodles. I actually like hearty noodles. Or like top ramen. Disgusting artificial chicken flavor. The you know, the nasty mustard yellow sauce. Wow, dude, fucking lovely. And I drink the broth too. Dried up, you know, shitty ass corn and peas. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking love that. I love how artificial it tastes. I'm weird like that. My family does not, you know, understand me. So, your video on your other channel. Thanks, man. But I'm biased in that I love Caribbean food. Jamaican. You know, at Riot, and I don't think this is like a leak or anything, but they have a cafeteria, and in the cafeteria, I believe it's on Thursdays and Fridays every now and then, they have like this Caribbean rice with herb crusted chicken. It's oh my fucking god! It like you go and you take a plate of rice and you put some chicken on top and you got the glaze. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, I fucking love working here. I fucking love it. I work here for the chicken alone. And chicken's not even my favorite meat. I love beef the most. I love steak the most. And I like scallops and lobster. I'm a fucking greedy boy. My parents asked me what I want to have for like, you know, my birthday. For the past like 8 years, I have only ever said lobster. From 19, 20, 21, I've only ever said I want lobster. Fucking lobster. Yeah, they put like coconut or something in, like they use like coconut meat in the rice. I'm like, I don't like coconut, but like I can't taste it. Whatever, sure. Coconut is like a shitty ingredient, man. That shit's ass. What the fuck? It's also because I'm a little bit allergic to it. Coconut shavings are just like pencil shaving, but with like a little bit of sweetness. How's that rice and chicken so special? I don't know. I just like it. They also do like like a shrimp with a barbecue sauce. I'm like, oh fucking god, dude. Take a shrimp, bunch of barbecue sauce. Oh god, delicious. It was my first meal I ever had at Riot. I'm like, I can just take this? They're like, yeah. Want to take it in the box or you want to take it in a box? Sure. Brought it to my desk. I'm like, nice. You have pets? I would want a cat. I don't want pets.
What's up, Corn? Good morning. Make sure you get that thumbnail. Do be early for you. To be honest, I like the ones where they don't kiss right away. I do like the do like when they show affection other way. Ah, sure. I mean, okay. But I mean, I got limited time. Get on with it. Other than the time you put in, I appreciate the cards and the consistency across augments and items in terms of font and spacing. Plus, wow, there you go. I'm glad you appreciate that. I'm a stickler for that. Just joining to say you're awesome. Always love the videos and they become a part of my life. Not too long, not too short. Genuinely can't watch any other arena videos anymore. Thank you, Riku Buru, for your continued patronage. Slightly allergic to eating chicken, but worth the journey to the toilet. Damn. Really? I've never heard of that. A chicken allergy. Rice and chicken is comfort food as fuck if you're Asian and consume rice a lot. Rice and chicken is also very good for any character that really has a strong Q button because it amplifies the healing with damage on it. Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd. What's up, Blue? Morning. I don't even know if I got that right. I'm pretty sure it's E actually. Yeah, rice and pork, rice, whatever. Funnily enough, I lived in the USA for an exchange year during high school, and my host mother was a Mexican with the exact same issue. Used to tease her for, yeah, not being able to eat spice. I mean, I have health issues. I can handle the spice. I just have health issues, and I have flavor, like receptors. People that like the ridiculous like numbing stuff. I don't know. Like I don't know how people like bulldog, dude. You're like dying half the time. Like if it were just chicken ramen with bulldog flavor, but without the spice, it would be good. I watch you every day on my lunch break. Keep up the mid gameplay. Damn, the mid gameplay. Okay. Thanks for watching, bro. You're +1. That's all you are. Rice and chicken is good in general. Yeah, rice and chicken OP as fuck. I hate to say this, but I heard from like a lot of Asians, and I kind of like exposed myself when I said this. I'm like, they're like, yo, I like eating rice and soy sauce. That's all. I just have like rice and soy sauce. I literally said out loud. I'm like, damn, is that like poor people food? Like you just. I'm sorry, but fucking, I just like insulted like every single person around. I didn't mean to, but like you don't like that's it. Like you just eat rice and soy sauce. That's it. Like you don't have like any meat or anything. And they're like, no, why? When you don't have anything, I'm like, oh, I'm used to like always having something. I guess I'm just like a spoiled piece of shit. But I never liked rice and just soy sauce. I'm like, make some fried rice with like some meat or something, veggies. One augment I'm starting to really not like is Nesting Doll. Having Evelyn as a guest of honor almost guarantees one. Yeah, Nesting Doll be like that. The Americans wild you said that. I know. Like, I get it. There are like survival foods, you know, rice and chicken and broccoli, and you put like a little bit of soy sauce or like, but like, I would much sooner jump off a building that doesn't result in my death, but probably a little bit of injury, but that doesn't constitute advocating self-harm for Twitch TOS. You know, maybe I jump off like a haystack or something, than eating rice and soy sauce. So, like, let me just go out and buy some fucking beef, you know, or chicken, like, and like flavor it. Look at this. It's this. Okay, everyone tab in. Look at this. It's called La Grille. Montreal chicken. Poulet de Montreal, right? This, I bought this like 5 months ago. Whenever March was. Is that March? Yeah. I've only gone through a little bit. I use this on everything. I put it in the chili, in my burgers. I put it on chicken. I use a steak one for steak. I could eat it right here, you know. Just do a little bit of this, you know. What the fuck is soy sauce? Just get like flakes and shit, like furikake. It's good. Yo, Bulldog is unbalanced OP thing. If you get sick and have sore throat, you eat it and you're healthy. Dude, I feel like I would make it worse. if I had spicy. Like if I have anything with a sore throat, like spicy makes it worse, bro. You get like a stricture at some point. Okay, yes, it's poor people food, but I did the same thing. It's filling and works as a snack. I grew up in giga poverty, so it's nostalgic. I heard that one of the biggest poor people foods was like eating hot dogs, like just hot dogs,
for protein and oranges. I thought this was the most disgusting thing I ever heard. It was just a story on Reddit. They were saying like, yeah, I literally survived off of just hot dogs and oranges because they were cheap. And I'm like, oh my god, like I can't imagine downing that shit every day. I do love bulldog. It's not really spicy to me anymore, but I grew up on spicy. Yeah, it's probably just a tolerance. I used to have like a Tabasco bottle, like a full Tabasco bottle every like 6 months or so. My family had to get their own Tabasco bottle that they finished like once every 3 years. I like it was bad. I love Tabasco. Just vinegar and spice and capsaicin. That's it. Fucking I'd have it on everything. This is my new Tabasco, and it's not spicy. But I miss it. I got a lot of health problems because of it, like a lot of reflux. I couldn't like eat without like ceasing myself for an hour essentially because it would start coming up. It would just be a bunch of reflux, and it made me so embarrassed to eat with like my girlfriends at the time. Okay, because I wouldn't be able to like walk out. I'd have to like sit down. I couldn't talk because it'd be stuck. Dude, it was so bad. But once I stopped eating spicy food, I got better and started being more healthy. Man, grabbed by the spice, yeah. Literally, it made me lose so much weight. People have been calling me skinny and shit and like talking shit about my physical appearance my whole life. It's like, dude, you don't even know. I'm like destroyed by health issues. Like, I could be just as big as you. Your entire personality, your entire body weight, I could get that easily, bro. You're like a year away from me. In fact, I'm 6 feet. I've got a nice frame. All my personal trainer friends. Like, yeah. So I really hated people that would come after my looks. I'm like, dude, you don't even fucking know, man. I'm kind of getting shit on here. Like, it's not my fault. I can't put on weight. I'm Asian. I got that metabolism. I work too much. I get too stressed. I use my brain a lot, so I burn a lot of calories. And I can't eat. Like, what the fuck? But finally, I solved that a little bit. I went from like 125 to like 160 in like the span of 2 months. So yeah, time to mog some of these fuckers, bro. I haven't paid attention to my appearance like at all. It's more like I want to care about my health. My health is more important than my appearance. I could look like the ugliest fucker as long as I have a strong heart and everything. Yeah, I started caring more about that shit. Oh, Chipotle Tabasco was nasty good. It was nasty good, Neon. I had that once in America, and I had to get my own thing. My brother got me a Chipotle Tabasco. I was like, oh my god, fucking blessed. You're getting close to being able to quit the job and full-time stream. Must be training with your team. You have me entirely wrong, bro. I'd much sooner quit streaming and do my shit full-time. Like, I work contract, which is still 9 to 5, 8 hours a day. But I would rather go full-time and never have to, care again. This is why, like, when I stream, I'm doing this as a hobby. I'm hanging out with you guys. The moment I don't like this and I feel like it's a chore, I hop off. Try American Sriracha. What's American Sriracha? Isn't it just the same brand? Pretty good. My poor people is going to be rice and chicken for next month. Yeah, I cook rice and chicken. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's my shit. I have instant rice and I get like 4 chicken breasts. That's it. And I'm like, that's me. I don't spend that much money. Put on muscle easily, but I do gain fat easily. I have to watch those calories. Yeah, I don't gain fat easily at all. I am very not fat. I am too skinny. Tilapia is imba fish. Oh, I like fish. I like mackerel. Dude, the Korean way of doing mackerel and the Japanese way, right? Where you just have the fucking fish and oh, dude, I fucking love that. If oh my god, if my future wife, that for me, oh, I would do endless things for her. She can make me do anything. Just cook for me. That's it. I'm so bad at cooking. Just please make me food. I beg of you. I'll do the laundry. I'll clean. I'll wash the dishes. I'll do everything. I'll work 2 jobs. Just cook. It's a good deal. It's a very good deal. What do you think about pastries and sweets? It's a sign of the times that I actually started eating more pastries and sweets. When I was a kid, I liked them. I like candy and shit, but then at some point, like in the second decade, right? I stopped liking those things as much. And then now I'm bouncing back where I'm like, wait, I kind of like honey crullers
wait a minute, I'll have some boba or like a sweet drink. And I'm like, damn, I'm getting fucking fat. Fat in the brain. But I gotta stop. I only have sweets with girls though, for the most part. Girls really like sweets. So we go and get sweets. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'll have some. I'm like, it's pretty good, you know. Hot dogs are awesome, it's just messy. No, I'm talking about like this person like ate just the dog. Like not the bread and the ketchup. It's just the fucking straight up meat. Yeah. You're 180. Ooh, I'm about 182, 183, 6 feet or so. When I don't slouch. And 160 is how many kilograms? Divide by 22 essentially. Decimal, which is 70. 5'4" with a 6 remainder. 72 kg. Yeah. There you go. 72.5. There you go. Just woke up sick. Ooh, wrecked. Need some bulldog. Hot dogs are so mid. I can't. How are there people? I mean, it's about like the protein, you know. What's the cheapest protein? I imagine it'd be bugs, like literally, like the pure source of protein. Cooking means you have too much free time. Ooh, based. Come cook for me, man. You got free time? Come cook for me. You're the one that asked me about the. Oh wait, no. It was the other guy, 420. Acho 420. Yeah. That guy needs to come cook for me, bro. Make me some fucking sindaloo. Beans are pretty good. Oh yeah, beans are fucking nice, but I don't really like. I mean, I'll eat beans and chili. Some people think that chili is not chili without beans, but I just think that it's a low tier protein. It's a poor people food. Sorry. I'm like, dude, I'd rather eat something with flavor. But some companies are lobbying to put more bugs in our food on purpose. Yeah, OP, dude. As long as you don't know. Like I'll eat the beans because it's good for me, but you know I'm kind of spoiled. I want lobster. I can't afford to eat lobster all the time anymore though. Good source of fiber. Chili isn't chili without beans? Nah. I think chili without beans is like chili without the weights. Like if Rock Lee threw off his weights. Free yourself from the shackles of beans, where every single bite can have a consistent texture instead of a fucking bean. Any names of dishes I can Google for Korean, Japanese mackerel? I think it's literally just like Korean mackerel. I think the word for it is saba, but that just means mackerel. I'm pretty sure. It's like a grilled mackerel Korean dish. You should probably just Google that. Lentils are pretty OP. Oh, even the word itself sounds like I'm a fucking vegan or something. Also, it is 6. I need to wake up for work. I need to sleep. Okay, last little bit and then I'm fucking off. The audience were more open to non-arena content. What kind of category would you try? Board games. I would do board games. And I would upload these talks. I think they're love crab over lobster. I have met people that are like this. I simply like lobster more. Crab's good. It's sweet. It's nice meat. Significantly cheaper. I like them both. I just like lobster. You know? Lobster biscuits. Like pickled vegetables. I'm Asian. I will love pickled vegetables. Of course, man. Have a good night, though, guys. Or good morning. It's probably good morning for you guys. Fight me on this hill for the beans. Difference is I'm challenger. Which means that my opinion is more correct. Chili with no beans is a free chili. A better chili. Future chili. Have a good night, guys. I'll leave you with that. Fucking owned. Owned. Alright, I gotta go sleep. Peace.